Hello, Chatius. What the fuck was that? Okay. How you guys doing? It is From the Depths Day today. It is building stream. And you bet I'm gonna be building. So, we're gonna be doing Dark Dystopia next week. So I decided I think we should build some decent tanks. Depths the From, what's up, John? How you doing today? I was gonna load ashes. Alright, let's head to designer mode. And I'm just gonna load in the tanks I've got so far. And we'll see what we can see what we decide to build next, eh? So we got the harvester. We got the obelisk. We got this guy. I have actually updated the missile truck into the Rough Rider now. And I've got to miss the Churchill, which I still have to name because I can't think of a bloody name for it. All right. So there you go. This is our tank lineup right now. So we got this guy, pretty solid. Got those Synfrags, and then got the heat shell to back it up, the EP heat from this big boy right here, as well as a teeny little 30mm assault cannon, because, you know, fun. Then we got this guy, who I actually gave something very interesting. He got bread. He got bread missiles. Is the Churchill art pretty faster than the real one, though? Oh, absolutely. And faster and more durable. And it has Scherzen, which the the real one does not have that kind of spaced armor. But I think I did pretty good. The real one also has a weird turret shape. I noticed this as I was building it. This guy's turret just goes straight back, but the real one goes this way and then, like, back in again. It's kind of a hexagon. What kind of missile bread? That's a good question. Right now, it is an APN. So this right here is a PN navigation, right? And then up here we have, this is the APN pod, which joins in over here. And then down here we've got direct intercepts, and we LERP between them, basically. So we start off with the APN, and then the closer we get to the target, the more we rely on the intercept. I still need to add something to eliminate miss radius, but they're pretty good. And I also haven't quite finished the angle. Hello, Pearl. You can tune a fish, but you can't tune a fish. Am I eating and running back to work? Win the war or something? Thanks, Pearl. We're just gonna be building stuff today. But I appreciate the luck. Thank you. Have a good time at work. Anyway, I was going to make it so that the missiles fly on a Bezier curve, so that they leave at 17 degrees and then hit the target at 17 degrees or something. I can control the angle that they hit the target at. But I haven't added that yet. I haven't had time to code that. But it's not difficult to add it to what I've got there. I just wanted to get the basic APN going on first. Hey, doing Necro? Welcome. Alright, and then next we've got this boy. This is the Obelisk, which is inspired by the Land Raider from Warhammer 40k. And this is my frontline, like, get close to the enemy and tank the shit out of whatever they've got going on. That's what this guy is. 2,374 meters cubed volume. Both of these turrets here on the side are pure casemates, so they just sort of slot in right there. Pretty small. just one ammo rack and one autoloader, and then one gauge increaser and a recoil absorber, and that's literally all these things are. So, one thing you found quite useful, Mr. Bright, is reducing thrust. It was pointing too far off where it should be. Yes. Yeah, I haven't added thrust control yet either. That was another thing I was going to add, is just the basic relationship between angle off nose and thrust, right? And also I was going to do distance. I've actually started to figure out the formula for how much fuel missiles consume. So if we have a look at this, then we've got this speed is related to your thrust output, right? Thrust output is simply just equal to fuel per second, right? And so you can, there's actually a relationship directly between that and this, plus fins, and also the nose that you're using. So whatever. The angle of the nose is the target rather than whatever custom waypoint it has as a result of the bread. Maybe that wrong though. No, you're right. But the bread on this one is only going to the target right now. So anyway, also you missed a slope. Did I? Why did I miss a slope? You'd have done packs to represent las cannons. I did consider it, but I wanted something that could work kind of long range. And honestly, I don't know. I figured these cute little guys are kind of like, you know, they're kind of robust. I wanted that big, thick frontal armor. I don't know where I missed the slope. Front right track on obelisk. This one? Oh, no, I see. That was, that's the rubber you saw there, I think. That definitely does look like a missing track from here, doesn't it? Or a missing slope. Same with the back one. Anyway, you're doing top attack missiles, and it was cutting too much thrust too much because they were flying at altitude rather than facing the target. Yeah, I need to redo the missile trucks, the Rough Riders AI, because it's a very early vehicle AI of mine, and he's a little bit unstable. Also the Harvester, I should probably do some more work on his AI. So this guy, he's the first one we built. Really big, scary melee tank. So, you don't fuck with this guy. This one here is probably the most deadly tank I have in my arsenal. Aside from probably the Rough Rider. I think the Rough Rider is the only guy that can compare to the Harvester in terms of sheer DPS potential. So, yeah, melee is pretty ridiculous. This drill does a stupid amount of damage. So do these rams, and also look at this. I added deco for the front guns. Still need to do the deco on this side. I haven't gone around to that. These spikes take a while to put together. Deploy scrap it, yeah. But yeah, so that's what we've currently got for tank lineup. Now, if we're gonna be doing Dark Dystopia, one thing that I've noticed my vehicles have trouble with is hills. So, it may be worth it to get something that does not care about hills. I mean, the Rough Rider can obviously deal with them, with those missiles, but if we're on hilly terrain, as I know the terrain is being smoothed out, but like when I say hills, I mean like that, you know? Like, I'm not talking about crazy hill bullshit. I'm talking about like, I'm gonna just fucking get out the way. Get out the way. Move, bitch. You need to piss right off, buddy. Alright. Oh yeah, the Churchills and Obelisk also have, like, regen. They have a little bit of self-heal. Are they Dr. Stop, you release Gen 9th? Yeah. I won't have time to play it on the 9th. But I will play it the week after. So that'll be on... probably the 14th, maybe 15th. Actually, I'm just going to teleport. It'll probably be faster. Teleporty... That button. There we go. Alright, let's get us a Churchill down, or an Obelisk, either works, I guess. Yeah, so the vanilla AI does not handle hills very well. I don't understand. Essentially, like, there's no real detection of, you know, is there a hill in the way of my gun? So if I shoot here, right? If there's a target on the other side of that hill, it will try and shoot through the ground to get to it. And that doesn't work too well. So what I wanted to build was something that doesn't really care about that. Something that could pass through terrain or go over the terrain. So I was kind of thinking cram mortars. I don't know how useful those would be. Anyway, kind of curious how many people will try it. I hope a fair number of people try it. Put a lot of effort into it, you know? Oh yeah, also, this thing really sucks at climbing terrain, as you can see. I actually coded in a custom thing to let its wheels do better in rough terrain, where slowly over time they will increase friction and spring length in order to give it more grip in these situations. What is worth, you can detect terrain with an ACB checking for object presence. Yeah, the problem is that, like, how do you know that that object presence is terrain as opposed to as opposed to like a target? Also, if you recall correctly, particle cannons can shoot through terrain. Can they now? That's interesting. Hang on, let's try that. Let's try that real quick. But I hope you're having a good day today, Unseen. Let's build a little structure right here. With a 2-axis turret. And the particle cannon. And we'll just put... Sledge. Put my boy Sledge on there. Alright, and then we'll slap down some batteries. I hope this is true, because if it is, this is great. You can set the minimum maximum detection for ACB via bread, so you set the minimum like 20, set max dynamically to target distance, minus 100 or so. Yeah, I guess you could. Fair enough. Alright, so, if I were to go over to my obelisk over there... Alright, let's scrap the obelisk. Alright, so there's my particle cannon thingy. Oops. Yeah, camera, please. I gotta change the camera on this thing. You are being a monster. Alright, let's add that camera there. There we go. Right, and then I can... That's good. I want to remove the yaw and pitch. There we go. Much better. Okay, so now we can go over this way. Unless there's coincidentally another vehicle in the way, which seems unlikely. Yeah, for sure, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to summon something on a hostile team. We can try one of my practice towers, I guess. Let's get a hostile radar tower, because I don't really care about that. There you go. So this is my attempt at building some total annihilation stuff. I haven't really gotten very far on that. All right. So there it is. If we aim at that, if this can hit through terrain, we'll be able to hit this. Nope. It does appear like that is blocked. Shame.
Hello there.
Oh well. Let me set that to whatever. How you doing, Duna Wolf? Welcome, welcome. Guess you were wrong on that. It happens. No worries. It's actually not shooting at all now. Does it got like a minimum energy threshold or something? How's the sludge even set up? Alright, it would have been nice if it was, though. What am I building today? Well, currently we're addressing the problem of my stuff can't shoot through terrain very good. So we're trying to find solutions to hilly terrain. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's just hitting the terrain and stopping, huh? Like, I don't see any beams coming through that side. Let's aim at the top of this, maybe just in case, you know? Why you no shoot sometimes? There we go. Oh. Oh, friend is here. Hello, friends. Bro sensed blood, he did. Hold on, let me get rid of that. I don't need you guys. Actually, I guess this is a good showcase of the Churchill and the obelisk as well. Churchill is not able to detect this target, actually, I don't think. And the obelisk is on his way. FTD being FTD, it may also just be inconsistent whether it shoots through terrain. That is true. It could be the particle cannon just like sometimes clips through terrain, especially through like more shallow parts. Also Unsane streaking in chat. But yeah, it's no, sure, we can try, you know, we can try from like up here. If I were to build another structure like right around here somewhere, right? No. Right here. Alright, let's once again do a little this thing and then put a sledge on top. Or just any old particle cannon, really. Maybe Zivin? Alright, and then we're gonna do resource battery. Because it could have, like, some degree of terrain penetration, but, like, not a lot, you know? There we go. That'll do. Right. So... What the fuck? Huh? Alright. Okay, that's going through. Kind of. Why is it stopping there? Like, it's not... What? That's very strange. That's some odd behavior right there. I'm clearly aiming here, but it's shooting here. So, huh? What if I aim down? Then it just disappears. And now it's not firing at all. Huh? Uh-huh. Right. It can't appear to shoot the target at all now. You know what I think it is? I think because notice, hang on a minute. Let me test my theory. Hang on, I've got to get lower, I think, to test this. Yes. Okay. I think I know what's going on. I think that this thing is aiming where I'm clicking on terrain, right? Like, I'm clicking here, but the ray that it's drawing is to wherever my, like, behind my cursor, right? Because it's not registering this guy existing. So I think it's firing as though I clicked, like, over there. See? When I clicked that way. Top tier spaghetti code. The toppest of tiers. Alright, let's try letting it auto aim and see if that does anything. If I target a vehicle instead of a structure? Good question. Let's try that. What do we summon for a vehicle? Maybe we can do... I'm just trying to think, what do I have that's not going to fuck me up? Oh, you know what? I can do a supply rough rider. This guy's unarmed. Alright, there we go. So yeah, this is a supply rough rider. Actually, this is one of the modifying... it's one of the modifications of the rough rider I made. Instead of the missiles, it's just got shitload of stuff in the back. Intended to just hold supply for the other Rough Riders for longer fights. Alright, so, let's try manually shooting at the Rough Rider first. See what we can do. Okay, it was still aiming over that way. It seems to be doing the same thing, because that looks like it's aiming below the terrain. And it can't aim at that one. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's just aiming... Assuming that I was clicking and the target is not there. Okay, auto detector 1, you say? Is that over here? God mode, firing, disable movement. I have no idea. Right, it's in the options menu. I mean, we can just add some detection real quick. It's not a big deal. I can just do this. Not a big deal. There we go. Maybe a gimbal tracker and then a bunch of stuff. Gimbal and a radar gimbal. I'm glad the Rough Rider didn't drive off. I was kind of worried he would do that. But he didn't. Alright, you don't have a wireless transmitter, do ya? So I'm gonna have one of those. Right, pal. And that should be functional. We don't have enough GPP by far, so we'll add a couple more processors. Maybe like just these two, and then I'll add some more down bottom. Right. That'll do. Okay, and then we need a weapon controller. Pal. Alright. And now you should be good to fire on your own? Yes. Okay, so why are you not shooting?
Engaging now.
Is this proof that we in fact do not have a valid target? Oh, it already had a weapon controller. Well, never mind then. I think that's proof that it can't aim through terrain. Because you're definitely detecting him, that's for sure. This gimbal here is locked the absolute fuck on.
Engaging now.
Yeah, I don't think they can do it, can they? In fact, you know what? We could kind of test this as well by adding another one of these up higher. And then we'll know for sure, right? Because if this one starts shooting... Yeah, that one's shooting. Alright. Well, I guess that proves it, don't it? Top guy can shoot, bottom guy can't. So... Even if this guy technically can shoot through terrain... He doesn't wanna with AI control. Which is a shame. Oh well. But we learned stuff. That's what matters. We learned things, Chad. We've also learned that this radar tower is not able to be harmed by this current setup. Look at that Rough Rider just chilling there looking all smug. He knows there's nothing we can do. Alright. Well, that was good knowledge. Very good knowledge. Alright, let's just teleport back to spawn. Okay, so... What do we do to deal with that kind of hilly terrain then? We've got kind of two options. Doing like 5 EMP damage per shot, yeah. As far as I know, we've got Mortar Cram, which I think uses bomb shoots, does it not? Or something like... No, I don't know what it uses, honestly. I've never actually done Mortar Cram before, so this will be a new experience for me. Or we can use missiles. Now, missiles are kind of boring. We've already got missiles, so I'm not doing missiles. I guess I'm like melee. Melee also handles that. Mortars are just cramps it to high arcs only. Really? Okay. So do they I heard once, and I have no idea if this is true because this is when I was very new to the game. Do mortar crams like home in? I heard that they do apparently. The bomb shoot drops the cram with near 0 initial velocity. I see. Fair enough. So this is good if you want to do like a bombing craft or something. They have some guidance? Interesting. A few degrees a second? Alright. Let me try this bomb shoot real quick. So this is basically just the... Gonna make like the world's worst cram here real quick. Don't mind me. If only I have to know it's not good for bombing either. That's funny. So something like this, right, is what you would do. And then... Kaboomas. The velocity is so low that it misses unless the target is huge and or near stationary. I see. I mean, I guess it's good for, like, anti-structure bombing then, right? Specifically build a craft just to take out that one SS airfield. You know the one if you've ever done the campaign. Fuck that airfield, man. That thing sucks. I hate that airfield so much. Now, hang on, let me, Okay, I didn't even see that. I fired it while unpaused, and it was just not there. The Atlas has cram bombs, but hardly gets to use them. I see. Is that in this campaign? It's not, shame. Let me build a floating one real quick. I want to see if I can get a cram bomb off real quick. I'm just curious to see what they can do. I want to see how they work. I need a connector. It's been so long since I've done crams. I don't remember how these things work. It's actually funny, when I started playing the game, I always thought that like crams were so much simpler than like advanced cannons. And now that I've played the game so much, I am way more familiar with advanced cannons than I am with cram. And I think advanced cannons are way more simple. Alright, again, we're going to build just the worst cram. No attempt at 3D whatsoever. I'm going to make every cram expert cringe. Alright, crams are the most complex Tetris. APS complexity is mostly in shell design. It is true, yeah. Which is mostly just menuing, so it doesn't take as long to do. Right, okay. So what we're going to do is, because I want this guy to be up high, we're going to build a spider. Right, and then I can sort of test this. I'm basically just building like a nuclear bomb, like Indiana Jones in the fridge drop shoot. That's what we're doing here. Right. Perfect. Okay. So, oh, it can aim? What? All right, fair enough. So now we got to add some ammo to the top of this thing. Resources, ammunition. Right. I can build good cram, trust me. I've built a 3D triple barrel cram before. I'm just lazy right now. Alright, there we go. And now I'll build a hostile thing down here, I think. Just a little test platform for us to try stuff out with. Put an enemy controller on it or something, maybe. Enemy sim. There we go. Right. My triple barrel cram is on the Titan. I did say when I built it, though, that I was never going to do it again, because triple barrel cram sucks. Actually, the worst cram to try to build. Alright, we're gonna make sure it doesn't get killed by residual AoE damage. Right. That ought to do. Okay, so we got heavy armor into metal into alloy. I doubt we're gonna even scratch it, but you know. Right, and then I need to turn this bad boy on. Right. And now I see what you mean by the 0 speed. That kind of sucked. Why did you aim that way? Oh, right, because of the terrain. Alright. Yeah, that, I think I would be missing this thing if I were any taller than this. Especially if that were moving. Fair enough. That is difficult to work with, huh? Like, what is the shell velocity on that? Hang on. 42 meters a second. The bomb shoot does give perfect accuracy. What value is perfect accuracy when your shell is slower than the target? 'Yeah, that's 40 meters a second is way too slow to be practical. I think the initial velocity is 40. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, shell speed 40. Jeez, man. Okay, well, clearly that's not going to work. So, let's have a look at mortar cram then. Alright, so, we're just slowing a lot of ships and land vehicles to say nothing of aircraft. Yeah, like, you're not hitting any kind of... You're not hitting anything from lightning hoods or white flares with that, that's for sure. Grey Talons and Scarlet Dawn will probably also outrun you too. Right. So, okay. Cram, or mortar cram, I guess, is the opposite, right? So, we're gonna want to do, like, a vertical, like this, and then just a standard barrel? And I'm guessing you probably don't really need, like, a lot of this stuff. You definitely don't need elevation barrels, right? For mortars. Maybe like motor driven, but like that's it. Just to increase the speed. I don't know. Bomb shoot also removes all recoil for what that's worth. Again, like, I could see it being useful for structure bombing. I think if you were going to build something specifically intended to kill structures, bomb shoots are probably really good, right? Perfect accuracy, you know, no recoil, cram damage. You know, why not, right? Just build the demolition machine. What's he doing? Oh yeah, Packers, that's the one. Right. By the way, chat, I will say, there is fishing today. Alright, no elevation barrels, motor driven is still useful. Mortars are probably better than, for that too, since they don't require to overfly the target. I mean, that's fair, but... I don't know. I guess, yeah, mortars also effectively have perfect accuracy against the structure, don't they? Because they have that guidance. Alright, so if we assume that that's our mortar then, which once again, really crappy cram here, fully acknowledging that. Alright. Classic level or dive bombing looks cool, but FTD is mostly a great way to get shot in the face and die. Alright, so how do I... Oh, I've got to set it to high angle, don't I? Only high, right? Okay. And then... Also want to reduce the shell velocity? Do I? Maximum muzzle velocity, like 100? You know, 300 takes forever to come back down. I see. Right. Okay. Well, I guess I need a target to shoot at because this thing is having trouble aiming at terrain. So let's build a guy over here. Just gonna put this down and then build a wall. And then a little 3-beam and a 3-beam and then a this. Just to hide a little AI inside. Right. Good mortar vehicles typically use bread to set the shell velocity based on target distance. I see. Is there a rule for that? Like, is there a general rule for the further the target is away, like, go by this much slower? Or faster? The 300 likely doesn't come back down at all. Insert space sound effects. Fair enough. Alright. So there we go. We've got ourselves an enemy that we're targeting. So let's aim at that. Up he goes. Alright, so, yeah, we're pretty high up right now. Hang on a minute. How high is that? Altitude of about 500. So 100 meters a second from ground got us up to 500 meters altitude. Okay. There's a formula, but you don't know off the top of your head. Okay. I mean, it might actually just be like standard projectile... okay, we're missing this. Like ballistics formula or something. Okay, so 100 is that high. Let's just set it to 300 and see what happens. That's probably why I had that. I want to see what happens if I fire it at max power. Go, my shell! What do you mean can't aim in that direction? Is it too close? Is it actually too close to aim at all at 300? It can't get a beat on that? So most of Guidance, but you have to keep it targeting so it's not AI controlled. Oh, I see.
But does it blend?
It probably does. Turn to village. Also, how you doing, Eliaville? Welcome to the stream as well. Thank you so much for the sub to village. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, hang on. We can do this then. If I do this and then a local weapon controller, and then we do a. I don't even know why I didn't just do this, to be honest. All right, do that and then put the mainframe there. Done. Right. Did they fix the Morse code tracking as moving targets never hitting when not on auto detect? I have no idea. This is my first time building this, so... Alright. We need detection as well, don't we? So we're gonna do this into a tracker into a... probably gonna want the other tracker on this side too, just because the target is there. And then we need a way to actually spot him in the first place, so just put down a snooper, should do the job, right? Actually, he doesn't have wireless, so maybe it won't. Thinking about it. We'll put a camera. There you go, that ought to spot him. Alright, there we go. 1, 2, 3, that should be enough, right? Yes, easily. Alright. So, are you gonna shoot? Yeah, now it's going. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. Your socks are wet. This is worse than microplastics. Oh no. The wet socks. That looks pretty fucking on target if you ask me. Okay, maybe a little bit off, but that was mostly range. Which we do have a camera and no radar. Well, we've got the radar gimbal, but that's it. So it kind of makes sense that we're a little off on that. What if I were to increase the bearing time? Alright, there we go. Now we're going to have very accurate information on this structure. Alright. Anyway, doesn't think anyone has responded. Yeah, we both looked into the code. More them, though. And Knifecon looked into it and filed a pretty detailed bug report on RFTE. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we should be seeing pretty accurate shots here now, right? Oh yeah, that is dead on target. Alright. Granted, that's not practical at all to do in an actual thing, unless again you're specifically targeting structures. The 10-second averaging time. But yeah, anyway, you walk through snow is too slippery to cycle, which is pretty bad. Aye, that's rough. The other day I was shoveling snow off the drive, and we had like a frost. And I genuinely, I'm not even kidding, I put my shovel on the ground, right, on the slope of the drive, had my like winter boots on, and I just slid from the top of the drive all the way down to the bottom. The whole way. All the way down to the bottom of the drive. That is how icy it was. I had zero grip. It was horrible. Trying to shovel that. Anyway. Okay. When targeting the moving targets, the mortar will glide towards the wrong target. I see. Is that with the AI mainframe or with manual? You said that was with manual? Also, how you doing, underling? Alright, anyway, so for the most part, I did just want to sort of build a guy who would work as artillery support, though. Doing alright for the first week of a new year? Heck yeah. I'm glad to hear it. Right, if you've ordered text set to 1, it's not there, but, well, that's... Oh, I see. So you mean like auto detect in the menu? Right, okay. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so basically what you're saying is mortar guidance is useless if you have more than one moving target you're up against. Worse than useless. Okay. Well, I like that this thing is actually doing 0 damage to that as well. Like, it hasn't taken any damage. Mortars just don't work if the target is moving, pretty much. So even if there's only one target, even if you've only got like one moving enemy, hang on. Let's do a quick With auto detect, the guidance is kind of funny good. I see. Hang on a minute. Let's just break that. Right. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do enemy sim. We're gonna do land. I'm gonna do some drive wheels. Let's do like a buggy or something. Maybe down a bit, actually. Right. So making out a heavy armor, because I want this thing to be able to take a punch. Alright, we're just going to build a basic little guy that's going to run around a lot. That's the plan. Batteries, electric engine. Probably don't need that much battery. What kind of punch? Fruit? Coconut. You need a tough boy to withstand coconut punch. Right. I see people say mortars are great against frontsiders because they hit from the top, but you've never had any success with that. Well, if the targeting is bugged, then I can imagine that it's probably difficult to make any to justify using it at all right now. It would be great if they hit, yeah. Also, I'm going to try something else here. Let's do a 3-meter beam here and here, and I can put the wheels on that. Land, drive wheel. Right. Actually, I'm going to do turning wheel. Turning wheel there, drive wheel there, rear wheel drive. We can set the spring length to 2. Max spring force can stay at 20 probably. Right. Copied all wheels. Right. There you go. That should do. And I just need to give it some armor on the top. Actually, don't know why I put the AI there when I can put it like down this way. I don't know why I gave it this many RTGs as well. I just sort of placed them and I was having fun. Right, let's do that. And more heavy armor. Right. Okay. Problems usually don't on the account of the issue with detection. Yeah. That is a shame. Because I might have to abandon my plans of a Mortar Cram artillery support piece here. Right, there we go. That's our brick of a vehicle. Let's see if it actually, you know... Look at that! Yes! The brick. Actually a brick. Okay, so this thing is going to be... I'm going to put a wireless snooper on it for detection, just so it can see things. Right, we're going to give it basic behavior, circle target, circle at distance, and a maneuver of ship or tank. Max altitude, min altitude, blah, 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 is all probably fine. It is on land, there we go, right. I don't believe we need to do too much adjustment. Right, combat distance a kilometer, max roll to target, 0, combat altitude ignore, right. And that should be fine. I don't know how its PIDs are doing, but we're gonna hit the enemy detection and see what happens. What do you mean no battery power? Oh, you're the wrong way around. Good thing I didn't hit that button, because nothing would have happened right now. There we go. Alright, so we've got plenty of power. I do agree Cybertrucks are great for target practice. Alright, so yeah, we've got ourselves pretty solid boy. You know what? I'll even be generous here and give him a couple processing cards just to get that snooper working better. Alright. Activate. Now then, if we go to our little guy right here, we can see he is moving. Alright, now, we don't have any wireless stuff, so I want to put something up that can make it so that we get detected by snoopers, which is this guy. I'm gonna slap that on top. Does this guy also get picked up by snoopers? I think it does, right? I don't know. Anyway, we'll put that there. And let's see what happens with the guidance here. There's something funky going on in the code with the mortar shell using both true detection and the craft detection. Still unsure if your theory was correct about one of the issues being that each update step about the detection error is added to the target point as the shell tries to guide in. It was slow there, but that's because we have crazy high averaging times. So let's set these back to default. which is 1 and 1 and 2, and then 10. Right. In fact, just to make sure that we're not having any issues with detection, I'm gonna add like a shitload more just to really, really drive it home that we have good detection, right? And this guy's pretty slow. I didn't make him very quick. So, right, we're gonna put a radar gimbal here. We're gonna put laser rangefinder tracker there. Laser rangefinder tracker here. Right. When in doubt, spam laser rangefinders, yes. Hey, doing Syrup God, welcome. Actually, I'll put this here. We've got a 360 camera at least, which will detect anything but the front. Can put the inter-vehicle transmitter there. Right. We can stack them. Yeah, we can. You're right. I always forget that you can stack these. And then you can put another thing on the end of them. Right. And then we'll put this. And these. There we go. We only really need, like, the one basic detector in order to spot him. Although I guess if we fail detection, it could be a problem. So I'll put a radar at the bottom there just to get doubles. The Deco Hider's delight. You doing squares? That is kind of what I'm building here, isn't it? Alright, we need a bunch of GPP now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that enough? That is enough. Okay. Alright, so we've got detection. We can definitely see the target, right? Yeah. 17 instruments attached to the mainframe providing detections for this target. Only 0.1 for one of the best trackers, insane. I mean, the downside is that they get completely destroyed by even the tiniest amount of smoke. So it just goes to show, if you're building a craft and you want it to like not die instantly to the best detection in the game, throw literally one of these on it. Just set to always activate at 0.1 smoke. That's literally all you need to cancel every single laser rangefinder. It's all you gotta do. If you middle click, you can turn on detection view when the target's in the upper right, see how much error there is. Detection lines, I see. Okay, so you have 1 meter error, 2 meters error. And then the top one says 100 meters. So I'm not sure which one of those is which. Okay, well this is the instantaneous detection error. I'm not sure what the top one is though. The top one is the error on you? Okay. Alright, you more want to know the future error? Okay, future error is really only like 3 to 5 meters, so not huge. Still within range that we should hit it, right? So... yeah, that's our error on him, so we should be landing somewhere in that range. All those X's, I think, right? Kill everything and ask questions later. Alright, where's our shells at? Crazy how I haven't seen any shells come back down. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was pretty close. Amazing graphics, what are you looking at? So right now we're doing some rather technical stuff. So what we're looking at, hang on, if I turn off all of the flashing lights, that is a brick I have built for testing. So this guy here is basically just a generic little car with an AI in it and just made out of entirely heavy armor. Just something for me to shoot at, right? And then this is a weapon that I've never built before, which is a mortar. So we're just testing how its mechanics work. And this is the error of our AI's detection. So all of these things here basically create a coordinate that we can use to aim at it, right? And, you know, I think is the problem is actually that this barrel does not rotate fast enough. We need motor barrels. There we go. That should help. There we go. Little flashy things are individual detections, color correspond to what they are, radar, camera, etc. Yeah, so the black ones are probably laser rangefinders, right? There you go. So now we've got the motor barrels. We should be a bit more easily able to shoot him. Oh, there you go. Now we should be getting more shells. It's definitely not as accurate as you would think it would be, right? I mean, what's the travel time on these? It's pretty long, right? But even so, if we're aiming with this much accuracy, so we're aiming like within a bell curve of probably like 95% of shots in here, and then we have guidance on it, yeah, like there's no way that we would be missing, right? There is actually no way, zero chance that we should be missing any of these shells. Okay, how do we turn on auto detect? Where is that? Performance? No. View and control? Config? Config. Right side. One of these. Drag, buoyancy, propulsion, resource storage, automatic detection, override. So we just set this to 1? 1. Okay. So now we have auto detect on. As you can see, we're no longer getting those pins everywhere. That was an old one, I think. We can forgive that shell. Oh yeah, look at that. That one hit pretty much directly. Yeah, no, that one hit directly. It didn't explode, it bounced, which means that did hit. It was a direct hit. Yeah, that's the bug in action right there then, isn't it? That's the next shell. Yeah, we've got this lovely, perfect angle right here. Chappelle. Direct hit. Well, yeah, no, that is crazy. Huh. Monster Tracker doesn't kick in unless it's coming in at a really steep angle. It's definitely bugged. Definitely bugged. Like, you can see that. Look at that. We're hitting every... We have not missed a single shell since turning auto detect on. Not a single shell has missed. We could hit a stationary target perfectly fine with, like, just a camera and a radar gimbal, and that's it. And a regular camera, I guess. 90 camera. So 3 detection sources, we could hit a stationary target just fine. This guy we could not hit at all with all of that detection that we've got on over there. And then we turn on auto detect, and now we're hitting him perfectly every time. There's definitely something going on there. Alright, so, okay, that's a shame. Alright, Mortars are so funny with it on. Yeah. That is a shame. But... I mean, it could still be usable for a structure, AI, like, anti-structure thing. They can curve upwards and fly straight. That's a shame you like the detection mechanic. I mean, eventually this will be fixed, I imagine. But, yeah, for now that is not practical. Whenever you override, use auto detect 99 since it does mess with stuff with full auto detect. I mean, we can try that. Let's give it a go. Let's see what happens at 99. 0.99. Because 1 did actually just turn off all detection, right? On 0.99, it doesn't work. I'm curious to see. Why you no shoot? Oh, there we go. You've tested this for hours. I mean, I believe you. You can see we've got these again, so I'm expecting it to be bugged to shit, right? Yeah, see, look at that. With a 0.01 difference in detection quality, effectively, you know, 0.01 in quotes, right? That is to say that we're assuming that the change from 0.1, from 0.99 to 1 is, you know, just another 1% improvement. Look at how far off that was. We were hitting in pinpoint every time before. Yeah, that is a definite bug. That's a shame. I don't need to see more than that. Alright. Throws wet sock at dummy brick with pinpoint accuracy. The wet sock thrower. Alright, well, fair enough then. What other options do we have for something that can handle hills pretty well? I hope they fix it. Anyway, see, take a level. Welcome, welcome, or thank you for stopping by. My brain didn't work there for a moment. Right. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Alright, I really wanted to do Mortark rounds though, so that's a shame. Maybe we could try a different vehicle then. A different weapon. What is a hill? Surely this must be a myth. Beautiful flatlands. Wait. Get me out of here. I must go. There's only flatlands, flatland and dikes. Ugh! What the fuck is that? What is that? That's not flat. I gotta go. Take me away. Take me over to here. Ah, that's perfect. Much better. There we go. Ugh. Why lightning? Alright, anyway. Flat dikeland, you could say. Indeed. Alright, so, okay. I mean, I guess we could try... a different weapon type entirely. What about plasma? I haven't really built much plasma before. What if I built a plasma tank, Chad? So I'm kind of okay with going over the volume limit on this one, over the Ashes volume limit, because I'm going to be building this one for Necro's campaign, right? Which I think has a higher limit. What even is the goal of the game? Well, glad you asked. There are campaign modes you can do. So we've got campaigns here, and there's also adventure mode that you can do. So the goal of the game is to build a craft that doesn't die in those. That's the main goal of the game. Build things, experiments. Plasma is cool, but also doesn't like bumpy terrain. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much we can do about bumpy terrain other than missiles, right? Pretty sure that's like the only solution to bumpy terrain. Everything else needs line of sight. If it's largely storage cavities, you could probably make the plasma more big enough to do damage. Can I check what the volume limit on a campaign is if I just load it? It's a cool tank with its hammock. Build me a Mad Cat Battle Mech Gore. There's 3.5k lost, you heard. Okay. We'll work with that assumption then. Although that was the Christmas campaign limit. I don't know if Necros is the same. Anyway. I actually did try to build a walker. It's a very embarrassing design because I There he is. You don't work. But that's what I built. Oh, he's in the floor. He's got plasma. I learned it's incredibly difficult to fit high rate of fire plasma in a tiny area, because that's what his internals look like. It is certainly something. It's going places if places mean the same place. Yeah, this is about as far as I got. This is actually really more of a platform of, can I put high rate of fire plasma in a tiny area? Reminds me of the Dox Assault Bot from Planetary Annihilation. Fun fact about that guy. He was based on the Pee-wee from Total Annihilation. Guess what this guy is? Go play Total Annihilation. Really good fucking game. It's like Planetary Annihilation if it didn't suck. Fuck that game. I was so disappointed when Planetary Annihilation came out. Game was like Total Annihilation, but worse in every way. Real big disappointment. But Supreme Commander and Total Annihilation, those are the two to play if you want to get that kind of experience. You can't beat good old TA. Anyway, I don't know why I loaded my spice. Look at this little thing I built. I built this thing. This is my new guy to replace the RatNet, by the way. Because, you know, the RatNet being my first ever satellite is a piece of garbage. It did what I needed it to do. But this guy annihilates you planetarily. I hate it when I get annihilated planetarily. This guy goes way higher in the sky and has a tinier radar, so he's cheaper. But gets the same detection. Anyway, right, so. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can start building a plasma of some sort. How are we going to do this? Well, first of all, let's get some size reference, shall we? We're going to build something bigger than the obelisk, I think. Now we've been faffing around for a while. Love Subcom, also Beyond a Reason, is a great Total Annihilation successor. I think I've heard of that one, Beyond a Reason. I don't think I've played it, though. Beyond All Reason RTS. Oh shit. Is that just straight up an Annihilator? Wait, not an Annihilator, sorry, an Intimidator. That is just straight up an Intimidator. On their fucking front page. Okay. I gotta check that out. Anyway, so I want to build something bigger than this. What do we build? Chat, what shape do we go with? If we want to do like a plasma or something.
Turning off.
Saw some bar tutorials and seemed like a lot of the gameplay was energy economy nonsense. Pretty fun RTS players though. I mean, Total Annihilation style is Red Alert tank. We could try and build something Red Alerty, like a Mammoth or something. Yeah, Mammoth tank or an Apocalypse tank or something. Could try one of those. For sure. Those would be cram tanks, though, I think, wouldn't they? One thing I actually did want to do is the Nod Flame tank at some point. That guy is just badass. Too bad he's a burrowing tank. You can't really do burrowing in this game. But, Space! Oh, dude, what about a Terra drone? Dude, I wish I could do a Terra drone. Holy shit. That would be awesome. Just build like a little jumps on your tank, burrows inside it. Do a murder drone. Uzi. Anyway, right. Yeah, but a lot of the Total Annihilation and Planetary Annihilation, Supreme Commander style games are mostly just like resource management. knowing when you can build the big shiny thing is important. We have the railgun technology, we do. Right. Do I want to build this thing? All right. Do I want to build this thing cheap or expensive? It's going to be high volume plasma, right? Because you can't really build low volume plasma. So do I want to go all in and make it out of heavy armor? Or do I want to go cheap and make it out of, like, metal? I think we go all in, right? Yeah, go all in. Now what shape do we give it? That's the next question. Do we build the plasma first and then build around that, or what? Because I got a pretty sizable, pretty decent platform here. I'm actually gonna quickly give it legs. Alright, I've built a table. Alright, this is my new craft. It's called the kitchen table. Just built the kitchen table. That's all I've done. I'm gonna set the table now, real quick. Hold on. Just gotta get the placemats. IKEA goes to war. There you go. Let's get a get a plate on there as well. There you go. Now I want to formalize this as a craft. There we go. Table. Avalug Poke. Dude, I hurt myself laughing at that. Unpacks tank box. Why is there an extra turret in the box and 2 tools you never used? You left them on the table. Okay. Enough messing around. Let's get a plasma going. In fact, I'm going to build it as a structure just so I've got, like, stable ground for it. And then we can just preset it, prefab it onto a thing later. Alright, what are we going to do for plasma? I think 3x3 turret is plenty for a 3,500 volume craft, right? Plenty, right? Let's get some basic resources down here as well. Just so we can do an odd test fire if we need to. We're gonna need both ammunition and battery for a plasma, right? This is gonna mean that we're somewhat limited on how big we can make it. And I'm gonna be honest, I've not really made plasma before, aside from that Pee-wee and the Hawk. You know what? That's a good idea. That's a good idea, me. Let's check the Hawk. Hawk. Right, how big is your plasma? How big are you, first of all? You are 2.2k. Alright, so this is slightly smaller than we can make it. We can make it a bit bigger than this. Which that's what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7x7? 7x7x3? And this is a pretty shitty plasma, if I'm going to be honest. This is not a great plasma. It's built for rate of fire, this one. It's important to keep the ratio of generators and storages the same per branch, is what you heard? Yeah. So, you've got, because the thing is, these generators only generate at a specific speed, right? 0.1 per second. I know that because I learned that doing the Pee-wee. And And then the storages only contain a certain amount, right? So if we were to place down, let's just like do a forward mantlet real quick into a collector, four-side, this way into a chamber, right? So this chamber can hold 4. This chamber can hold 8, right? If I put this generator on it, now right now we are generating, okay, 0.05 actually. It's 0.1 for 2 of them. So 0.05 charges per second, right? Up to 8. So this one generator will fill up this entire chamber, right? And we can extend that out as long as we want, right? We can go like all the way out here. Now it's got 28 charges, right? And then in theory, we could also do like, you know, that. And now we've got 0.55 charges a second up to 11, right? So it'll charge all the way up to there, right? So that's kind of how plasma works, but the thing is that each generator is a fixed number of charges per second, right? So the 0.55 is basically just, you know, that's 11 of these. We've got 11 generators total, 11 meters of generator. So your rate of fire, or your rate of charge generation, this is your pure DPS, right? This is your DPS. But this is your ability to output that DPS, right? Because the more charges per shot, the better, right? Generally, right? So if we wanted to use 28 charges per projectile, that would get us a lot more damage than just 1, right? 1 is 840, 28 is 330, however many that is. Is that linear or not? 1099, no, it's not linear. Is it, hang on, we should be expecting 8,400 and it's way more than that. So you actually get, like, exponential growth the more charges you use. So it is definitely worth it to use as many charges as possible per shot. Interesting. FTD loves it, super linear scaling, same as with HE damage. Okay. So, right. What kind of plasma do we build then? Do we build one-shot sniper? Do we build two-shot, like, burst? Do we build a 3-shot burst? What kind of bursty boy are we doing? What kind of burst size are we looking at here? Horms you? Don't horm me. I need to remain unhormed. 2-shot is your preferred. 2-shot is what I did with the Hawk. Right? It is what I did with this one. So that's the Hawk one, is this pew pew. Which I believe uses 20 charges a shot for 20k damage. And has 2,000 meters a second projectile speed, which is not terrible. So... we're going to be building a bigger one. What about shotgun players? We could. The thing is that I've heard that shotgun... like, these here are basically useless because of the way they work. So if we wanted to build shotgun plasma, we would need to build it more of like a multi-barrel than anything else, right? We would want to do like multiple mantlets, which we could do, you know. Yeah, let's do this. The best plasma. Perfect. The best turret anyone ever did see. One shot of utter destruction. Could do that too. I like having I kind of do like the idea of like multi-barrel though. I mean, we won't get it won't be very strong because we can't be very big, but like we could do 2 barrels of 2-shot each and get like a kind of shotgun. Or 2 barrels of 1-shot each. Or 4 barrels of 1-shot each. Those are all options that we have. Probably wouldn't want to do this, so I want to fit heat sinks above and below, right? So like, yeah, plasma is kind of awkward to fit barrels on top of each other, right? Because like, you gotta fit heat sinks. See, like I gotta do that, and then I gotta do like those, right? So, like, I have to have them at least that far apart. Because Plasma is kind of unique in that its barrel is 3 tall. Shotgun thing grapes your accuracy so bad for so little damage bonus that statistically it's weak even at close ranges compared to the standard sniper piece. Yeah, this one, right? It splits your projectile into 10. And it does give you a 15 to 60% damage bonus. But yeah, 0.2 degrees of inaccuracy is massive. Consider that, like... Okay, hang on. 0.2 degrees. Let me show you just how ridiculous that is, right? The inaccuracy provided by having 0% stability is 0.4 degrees, right? That's how much inaccuracy is added. The inaccuracy of this gun is already 0.3. Add 0.4 to that, you get 0.7. That is less than a degree of inaccuracy, and that's at 0% stability. You aren't hitting a fucking thing with 0.7 degrees of inaccuracy, right? You're not hitting the broadside of a barn. This thing adding up to 3 degrees of inaccuracy, your shot is basically going sideways. Now the destabilizer, on the other hand, it splits your shot into 2, but it reduces armor piercing to 20. Now, armor piercing to 20 is garbage because the armor of lightweight alloy is 35. So you're doing half damage to alloy and metal. You're doing a third damage to heavy armor. So... Damn, why do the conceptually fun weapons suck the most in this game? It is a shame, really, because the splitter does sound fun. Devs need to go to balancing school to learn how to balance. On hitting the broadside of a Megalodon? You're not, yeah. Anyway. I mean, there probably is a use case for this one. I don't think there's any use case for the D-stab. Maybe, like, can you do CIWS with Plasma? Because I guess this guy here works fine for closed-in weapon system. But... Because AP of closed-in weapon system wants to be 20. But... Yeah, the splitter is just so hard to justify. Alright, theoretically, I could see this working on a melee, right? If you built a melee craft that rams the target and then lobotomizes them with a splitter, that could work. Still weaker than kinetic APS's direct competitor, though? This D-stab? Yeah. I think that's probably, like, the only way that I could justify a splitter. Is, like, lobotomy cannon. Because in that situation, if you can guarantee that all 10 pellets hit, you are doing, like, 15 to 60% more damage. In fact, assuming that damage bonus is random for each projectile, that's what, like, 75 over 2% more damage on average per projectile. So about 37% more damage per projectile using the splitter than the D-stab. If you're at pinpoint range, right? You have to, like, actually be in melee, though. Anyway. So, right. I don't hate the idea of trying it, but I've already got a melee tank, and I don't know if I want a second one. So, maybe we'll shelve that idea for now and keep it in the arsenal for when I want to build something fun later down the line. Now then, what do I want to build for this one though? Some practical for Necro's campaign, close brawler tank, yeah. Yeah, something like the Harvester, but it, like, you know, you hit the target and then you open up a panel and then blast them with the plasma. I mean, a plasma sniper isn't a terrible idea. It would be nice to have the fire support. The thing is, though, do I have an anti-air tank? Yeah, that's a good question, is I don't really. Like, the Obelisk can handle itself against aircraft. It does have, you know, it can aim these guns up. So... But these guns are only, you know, they're not the best guns in the world. They're just casemates. So every faction has proper planes. I've also got the I mean, I've got my own air fleet, but I've also got the hang on a minute.
Yes.
I've got a couple of options. Especially the one I didn't show off today. We've got the hovercraft. I forgot to build this thing. This guy. This guy's 3,500 volume. He's a bit big for Ashes, but, you know, he's got laser and he's got medium missiles, so... Yeah, I got this hovercraft I built for the Christmas campaign, actually. So... And he's actually got really cool missiles. Look at this. They eject and then they turn on later after they have a chance to turn. It's really cool. Anyway, so neat damage type despite not being super customizable yet. APS started in a similar way with most of the customization being influenced secondhand like it is for Plasma now. I hope they'll expand it more with time rather than letting version 1 of Plasma fester as it is. Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, this guy is really funny. He's actually mostly a spotter. With this, like, rangefinder at the back here, and then, like, extra detection on top, and more detection crammed in here, and then more over here. Oh yeah, and then there's a retroreflection detector right there as well. He's got a lot of detection in him. Also a rangefinder there. So this guy's really, really good at seeing things. Again, with the lasers as well for anti-air. Really, really solid anti-aircraft right here. I thought you said you made a hovercraft, not a hovercraft. One thing I did have to do to build this guy is skimp out on his armor a lot. So this bottom section is very thin. We do have heavy armor in places to try and reinforce certain bits of it. But, boy was the volume limit not kind to him. A lot of this armor is thin. He's got, like, very thick armor in certain areas that need protection, but everything else is just completely... completely fragile. One cramshell to the side, to, like, this bit. And, like, he's missing a giant hole. You know? Such a cool looking thing. I'm actually really happy with how it turned out. I'm not gonna lie. It came out way better than I was expecting it to. Especially with this. I had to try a few times to get the skirt correct. I want to see it fight your things? Well, that'll happen next week probably, because I've been building this guy a lot recently. I've been playing Siege of Vernon Wells again, solo. Been doing another run through of that campaign on very hard. And this guy works pretty good in that campaign. Very helpful. Alright. Oh, for real? Yeah, I just, probably about halfway through it right now. I have one of the headquarters spotted, but I definitely can't take it out. I will say the obelisk, really, really good in that campaign. Really, really good. It's really nice to just have a big brick of solid armor that can just charge in and not really care about those cannon turrets. Alright, so, Plasma. Yeah, so if we're gonna need an anti-air tank, let's think about building, like, an anti-air tank that can also kind of handle the ground, right? For dealing with bigger planes, because the hovercraft... It's nice and all, it's kind of good against anti-air. It's really more intended to deal with smaller, faster, more nimble aircraft. Then the obelisk is mostly intended to deal with stationary ground targets or, you know, front-siders, that kind of... It's supposed to tank, that's what it is. The Churchill can also kind of hit aircraft, but only the slower, less agile ones. And even then it's not specialized in that. And the Rough Rider has missiles, and missiles just go for whatever they go for, right? So, we should have something that is dedicated for anti-air. So, anti-air mantlet, I think, is a good start. What do we do then? What do we do? 7 by 7? Can I build a... Actually, let me get rid of this. Let's put down the turret base blueprint thingy so I know what I'm dealing with. Do I want a 7 by 7, chat, or what? What do you think? Because it might work, right? I wonder what's the maximum generators you can put on plasma so that it cools without needing external heat sinks. Might have to be single shot though, methinks. You mean without needing these? It's really more based on the energy per of the shot, I think, isn't it? Let me see. Accelerator. How long can this go? Not connected. Alright, just 4. Right. If we get a... You need a collector, so get that, and then chamber. You know what bothers me about plasma? The collectors are the wrong way around. That bothers me. Alright. You have to, like, rotate around each side. Okay, total charge is 0. Why? What's going on here? Wait, is it the wrong way around? It's like some weird shit goes on with it. Yeah, no, that has to go that way. Connect. That's not connected. You're the wrong way around? Oh, right. Hang on. No, wait. Huh? Oh, right. The anti-air only connects to the bottom. Stupid frickin'... Right. So... Yeah, because, I mean, you can use extra energy for cooling. Coolers use energy to reduce accelerated temperature. And that's what... So that's just straight up energy that you can spend in order to increase cooling. And then the more energy you spend, like, the hotter it gets. So base cooling is 9 degrees a second. So you want to make sure that your base cooling is not lower than this, right? So we can go up to... We can max that out, actually, with that. But then if we do more generators, we won't be able to max it out, right? Because now we'll have higher rate of fire, which means... Yeah, now we're at 17. So it really just depends on how much energy per charge you want to put in this thing. Right, so if we want to go for like 1,000 meters a second, what's a good speed for plasma? What's a good speed for plasma projectile? That's pretty a good question to ask, right? 1 kilometer? 2 kilometers? 1.5? Yeah, because this is already over with 1 kilometer. I have to remove one more. 9.2. You could probably work with 9.2, right? Probably. There you go. That's the most you can do. Although I think it cools faster the hotter it gets, doesn't it? Pretty sure cooling is... Why do your mammoth tank only have 1 turret? I'm just doing experiments right now. Your yardstick is usually 1 kilometer a second, but 1.5 seems easily attainable with plasma. Yeah, so it does cool faster the hotter it gets. Let's try putting more on. Let's see what we can get. You don't mean to backseat drive. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna fire a couple shots here and see what happens. Alright, we're waiting for the full 4 charge and we fire immediately. And we're at... 300 degrees. So what exactly does the temperature do? Does it increase in accuracy? It doesn't seem to. 0.15. Inaccuracy, yeah. Alright, hang on. If I have a look... Let's wait for this thing to cool. Oh, it does increase in accuracy. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So you want to keep it as cool as possible. So yeah, I think your limit is like what, 6 then generators per 4 for no cooling. That's kind of your limit. So you get 0.6 charges a second. Build me a mammoth tank gore. Give us the Fonz jacket. It'll be cool as a cucumber. All right. We want a mammoth tank, sure. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with building a mammoth-style tank. Let me get some reference. I've done some experimentation. I'm okay with that. That is a big fucking gun. Right. On one hand, slow plasma look cool. On the other hand, imperceptibly fast is more effective. Mm-hmm. I mean, slow plasma is good if you're, like, up close. Oh, that's... Alright, so the mammoth tank has, like, that separate wheel design. That's gonna be a weird one to do. Mammoth tank got, like... Hang on, if we do, like, the torso here, real quick, just to illustrate. It's got, like... a front shred here, and then like, you know, sort of like this big, and then it's got like a back tread over here, right? That's kind of the footprint of the mammoth tank with just a big fuck off double cannon turret on the top. That's what we're looking at for that, right? Or at least the CNC3 one is. I don't know if it's different in the previous games, because I can only get a frontal shot. Mammoth tank red alert 1. Yeah, no, it still has that design, it's just more angular. It gets rounder in the later games, I see. Fair enough. Alright. It's more expensive the faster you go, remember? Sometimes missing shots can be better for your overall efficiency per DPS if the added speed shots don't hit more often enough. It's true. Yeah, plasma is a weird one. You want it to go as slow as possible while still hitting the target, right? Because the speed doesn't actually add anything to your damage, it just makes it hit more accurately. Okay, so... Right. I got my reference. Also, chat, I want to remind you guys about the dog pick. Don't forget. Right. So how am I going to approach building this? We're gonna want wide wheels. This boy has, like, wide wheels. Okay. Wide wheels, huh? Goodbye, table. Right. Wide 5 meters? Game, please. It's even wider than that, honestly, I feel. Like, they're wider than they are tall. The tracks are. So they're gonna want to be like this kind of thing. I'm thinking like double wide 3s. This plasma speed breadboard adjustable. No idea. We can check. Generic block setter. Accelerator energy per charge? Yeah, it is. That is straight up the number right there. Also, you can do temperature limit and RPM limit too, so you can control firing. I don't know what this is. Probably charges per shot, if I had to guess. 1 to 200, right? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Yeah, no, you could definitely bread that. Okay, right. So, center body of the mammoth tank is kind of thin, actually. It's not that big, and it's very, very angular from the front. It's very sloped. So we're looking at like a 1 block thick thingy, and then like a 4 slope or something like that is kind of what we're looking at. And then I imagine the bottom is going to be like a 2. Something like that is kind of what we're looking at. And I don't know how far out that goes, but if we want to go up to like... If I want to build this thing as 3,500 volume, we're going to want it about the same size as the hovercraft, if not a bit smaller, right?
Receiving.
Maybe about... We have an obelisk in here. We can turn it off and just leave it. Right.
Yes. Turning off.
Wants to be about slightly bigger than the obelisk, right? I don't know where he's going. Right. It's my breadboard doing some weird shit. Right. Okay. So... How wide do I make the front? Well, how wide is the obelisk's front? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, I could probably make the center also 11. What do you think? 11 is a pretty good width for like a kind of thin center bit. And he's gonna have like big wide extra sections, and then it widens out further in. Yeah, you know what? We'll start with 11 and see how that goes. Alright, so we'll do this. This might end up being way too big, but also might end up being way too small. Alright, so I'm gonna lift him up. Okie dokie. This is also quite high off the ground, this part. Like, he's got pretty much just like a 4, and then it like jumps up here into the wheel cover. Which this is like kind of actually a circle. Something like this will probably be fine. And then that comes in a couple. And then goes down, I guess. I'm kind of just basing this, like eyeballing this largely. For a random Google image. Oh, we beat Dogpick. What do we win? You get Dogpick in about 45 minutes. Unless you want to see it now, you greedy little bastards. In which case, I will show it to you now, if you really want it. Alright, what do we do for this front bit? It's got like a... Oh, is that the viewport? It's got like a viewport right here. That's kind of hard to do, though. In a tank like this. I suppose I could give it a more early design. I could blend them. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? I kind of do like the slope design, though. It gives it a cool, you know, aesthetic, futuristic vibe. But it does beg the question of how the fuck do I fit detection on this? And that is something that I am famously not very good at considering when building these things. So, let's consider that early this time. How are we going to fit detection on this? Well, I'm going to make this guy more, this. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make him more slopey, which gives us the option to do right here. I want to have, like, what I want to do is I want to have, like, a 3 slope, into, like, this. This is probably going to be in, like, deco or something, but this is kind of the shape that I want. Is like that on top of this, right? And then we have like a view. This will be like the viewport is like hidden in there somewhere. I don't really know. Alright, but I think we do this. Maybe. There's actually so many different, like, designs for the Mammoth tank. It's weird. Right, anyway. Maybe even, like, just a 2 there, and then we go smaller. I think, does that look alright? You guys can judge me as hard as you want for my decisions building this thing. So... go for it, I don't care. Right, I mean, I guess I could put, like, a rangefinder in the front here and hide it, right? Like, this is prime rangefinder spot, this flat bit. Just pop, like, a 9-meter rangefinder in there. Yeah. Could easily do that. Judges you in the worst way possible, silently. Oh no. Not the worst way possible. He's going to send me to... Gulp. For affinity. Right. What do I do here with this bit? I'm sending you to Lapland to learn a thing or two about the meaning of Christmas. I'm gonna get to sit on Santa's Lapland. I'm gonna go back to what I did before. I like the Force Slip. The Force Slip, I think, looked cool. I think it looked really cool. And that's really all that matters, isn't it? Is that it has to just look cool. Right. Okay. So we're gonna do that, which gives us plenty of space on the inside. Right, and then we can do... yeah, this bit. Yeah, I'm not really... I don't know what I'm gonna do about, like, this section here, but we want the turret to be, like, back this way, right? And the turret has to be tall. Because the turret's gotta be able to go over the wheel hubs. So the turret is gonna be, like, way back here in the center somewhere. Right. So with this being the wheel hub, we're gonna put a spin block here. Does it? I think it rotates at the center point of this, right? Somewhere around there. Alright, and then we want to do the same thing on the other side. Because these, like, do independent rotation. And these are basically exclusively going to be for roll and pitch correction. So... because then we have, like, a really big... we're gonna have, like, a really big old frickin'... just, like, wheel section here. So this is where the wheels go, right? So we're gonna do... land wide drive wheel. Right. And those are gonna want to go... we need one set at the back and then one set at the front, and they're 2 wheels each, I think. And these guys go, like, all the way in the front of this. Like that. And then these ones here go kind of in line with this, actually. Maybe a little bit behind it. Somewhat like that. And then those are tracked and then covered. Although they do have stuff on the inside. That might have to be deco, though. I don't know if I'm gonna have space for that. Like, I have space to, like, cover that up? Probably. Actually, I probably do. You know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a go. Let's give her a go, shall we? Yes, the wheel is entirely in front of this, but, like, that way one. And then this wheel is Actually, I think it is aligned with this. Just like one out. Right, and then we have... These are definitely too small, aren't they? Those are definitely too small. It's got to be wide 5s. The fucking wheels on this thing are massive. Holy shit. At least they'll be armored. Am I going overkill, chat? Yeah, that is more along the lines of the armor on this thing. Of the wheel size on this thing. Oh, can you not add tracks on these? Oh, because they're turning wheels. Whoops. What the fuck? Right. There we go. Teeny little track. That's the wrong one. Width. There we go. That's looking actually alright. Is that too wide now? Have I made that too wide? Definitely got some weird thickness going on. This was 0.25, 3.3, 0.25, 3.3. What do you mean? Hang on. Removal tracks, addle tracks. That one. Oh, it's good because of suspension. It may not be within 3.5k volume just slightly. Yeah, we're already at 500. So how much volume is one of these? 588. Holy shit, these things are like 70 each. Yeah, we definitely can't do this then. Oh my god, what do you mean that's 70? How the fuck is that 70 volume? Alright, 3 meter wheels it is then. This literally halved my volume just by reducing my wheels. Considering how many blocks they take up. They don't take up 75 blocks. At least not like that much more than these. It's ridiculous. Alright, well, that's that. 5x5x3 is the regular hitbox. Yeah. Guess that is 75, but geez, man. Those are freaking huge. Alright, addle tracks. Alright. Max that out. Max that out. Oh, interesting that the addle tracks only works for things on the same sub-object. I didn't know about that. Alright. You know what? That still looks okay. That still looks alright to me. Alright, so, now the front wheel on this thing is actually mostly undefended for some reason. Why they decided to build the tank that way, I don't know, but it is. Right. And then we've got like a sort of circle defense on this one. They also have absolutely no suspension. Interesting. Maybe I need to change that then. I guess like this functions as suspension, right? So we could probably add like a teeny tiny amount of spring length, but it's gonna have to be like 0.1 or something just to keep it visually looking coherent. Which does mean that we're going to need to lower this down by a level. These wheels are too high up. But that's okay. Because that's an easy fix. Wide drive wheel. Right. I don't know why I keep turning on the mirror when I'm working on a sideways sub-object, but you know. So that's Yeah, that's the center point there, isn't it? Is it? No. Center point is here. Put that there. Okay. 0.1. Oh, can I just copy that to all wheels, actually? Hang on. That's better. Right, and then 1, 2. There you go. That gets us moving. I think at the height we should be moving at. This thing needs to stop fucking rolling. It's rolling too much. Alright, and then we want to do, yeah, down a level. Out 1. 1, 2. Whoa. Once again, I have my mirror on. And also now I'm flipping over. Right. Is that good? That's good. Okay, put that on. Copy to all wheels. Add all tracks. Right. Max the width. What is going on with you, buddy? Chill. Calm your tits, bro, before you cause yourself collision damage. Oops. I think they've got too much force for the tiny spring. Alright, add all tracks. Let's do the width. And the width. Right. There we go. So that's, yeah, that's looking alright. And then we can control this in order to... That's the wrong one. Alright. And control that in order to do that, right? Sure. So... Yeah, now we gotta armor this. So how do we do that? I need side pieces. I'm bad at curves. This is the thing I should not be doing. Right, curve. I think we start with, like, this? Maybe? Stop putting the fucking mirror on. It doesn't help. God damn it, me. Maybe like that? No, that's not good. I want it... I want this one. That's what I want. That one, and then a this. There you go. That's looking okay. But it is sloped. So this actually wants to be a beam slope here. Which means that this wants to be a triangle corner? Like is that? Sure. Some weird-ass wheel guards. Alright, and then we'll do... Need one more. So I guess I'm gonna put, like, a singular in the center on each side, and then we can continue the beam slope. Or I could do 3 3s. Is it better to do 4 and a 1 or 3 3s? 2 4s and a 1. I think it's better to do 3 3s, and then you get more... You don't have a weak point that way. You should have less average health. Sacrifice average health for some level of robustness. Alright, so that's kinda how that works, except for the fact that I've forgotten that this comes out, like, here. And then goes up here. Right. And then that bit goes... like this. Actually, it kind of just comes out here, don't it? Nice chocobo. This one has like a bulge, but not that big. So I'm gonna cut that off. And just have it like that, I think. Because then it still kind of looks bulgy, but... kind of looks bulgy-walgy. But not as bulgy-walgy. Sure. I'm doing my best here. Right. And then we have a cover on the top of the track that covers neither the back nor the front. Actually, come to think of it, this only goes like 2 because it transitions upwards here. And then we have like a corner piece there as it goes through. So that then wants to be one of you, right? Yes. And then same thing on this side. We do... Ah! What's going on? Where am I? Where's my wife? Where am I? Someone help me! I'm lost. In fact, it's even further out than that. It's like... This is literally like 1. And then it goes up higher. Like that. So if we do a right... Hang on. That one's the left, and this one here is the right. Okay. So now I go to 5. I hate doing 5s. How do you do 5s in this game? Like 2-1-2, 3-2. 3-2 is better than 2-1-2, but then like now I've got a 3-2, and that bothers me. Right. Okay, that looks decent. A little chunky, but we're working with full blocks here, so what can you do? Right. And then we need to bring this all the way along. And then it comes down... Actually, it comes down on like a 2 slope here. Okay. So maybe we don't have that, and we have this instead. 1, 2, 3, 4. How about that, chat? Does that look okay to you? Right. That looks alright, I think. It would stop bouncing off the ground. It would be great. And then I kind of mirror that on the inside, I think. I don't have a clear view, but... Alright. And I want to build it... I don't really want to build it 1 for 1, so... I'm sort of just going to take inspiration from these wheel bits and then... go it for the rest of it. See what we can do. Right. And then, yeah, I want to do... this. And then we got to decide what to put as the guns. Which, honestly, we probably could do plasma. I'm pretty sure the Mammoth tanks get plasma in the game. Is this 3s again? That was 3s, yeah. Alright, 1, 2, 3. And then same deal here. 3. 3. With a little this guy. Although I guess this actually might just be a slope, thinking about it. I really hope we don't end up taking, like, collision damage from the ground. From these things. Right. Now this is where that attaches, which is... How do I do that? Because this got to attach here, and then it's got to come in here. But then we got, like, this bit. The problem is that I've built this too low, haven't I? Or rather... Again, the wheels are too small. It's the problem of the wheels being too frickin' small. So I had to use the 3 instead of the 5, and these are very definitely 5-meter wheels. Fuck. God damn it. So if the cover has to go like... Oh, the cover even doesn't go here. Hang on. I fucked it all up. The cover goes here. And then it has like a slopey bit on the outside. It's like 4 to 2 or something. It's like a 4 on the outside, and then... Yeah, it's like this or something. And then that. Except it ain't that, because it transitions into a 2. So it's like, what, a 2 to 4 in thingy? Yeah, that's it. But it does that, like, right above the thing, so it does it here. Yeah, and then that has, like, a flat bit. So that's then there's, like, a flat bit below it. Which means it can't be 5-meter wheels, so it's gonna have to be 3s, but... Unless it is 5s and they're just further down than that. Ugh. I feel like this guy's gonna be a bit bigger than 5,000 if I want to build it accurately without making it very silly. He's gonna be bigger than 3,500, that's for sure. I'm kind of getting the hang of these things, though. These, I don't really... What do you call these, anyway? These, like, wheel... These, like, extra little wheel bits. What do you call these things? How does it start this? Oh, it actually slopes on the outside, too. So it starts, like, as a slope. It's like a beam slope here. And a 2-meter slope here. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. And then that just transitions back into a slopey that way. Alright. And that actually does, like, slope next to that. I'm assuming I want to make that a slope too. And then there's a slopey at the back. Kind of deal. Like that. That's kind of the cover. 1, 2, 3. Right. A couple of those. Yeah, we're gonna need to add... I need to do 5-meter drive wheels. I don't know how big this one's gonna get. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna make this guy as big as he turns out. And however big he turns out is how big he turns out. And you know what? No one can stop me. I'm invincible. Right, so this guy wants to go here and then here. Oh gosh. Right. Yeah, so I can go here then. Alright. Out 1. 1, 2. Wheel config, spring length, shorten. All right, and then I want to do the next one is in line with the connector. All right, which is to say, right there. There we go. All right. And I've gone and used fucking turning wheels again, because I'm stupid. Right. 1, 2. That helps. Don't it? Track config, add all tracks, extra width. Extra width. I think the armor I put on this thing before is a bit tiny now by comparison. And honestly, I think the center is too wide as well. I feel like I should make that smaller. At least this still works, because I built this one intelligently. I built this one with a modicum of brain. Alright. Now we go to this. 1, 2, 3. Right. Okie dokie. Bring that in like that, I suppose. Actually, I can just do that way. That's probably better. And then we've got a 5 again. Darn you, law of 5s. I could just do a bunch of 2s along here, or... I'm just going to do alternating 3 and 2. There we go. That'll do. Pop that one on. Right. Bit of corner. Can't beat a little bit of corner, can you? There we go. Alright. And now I just need to connect all this up. Ah, geez. How do you even put, like, a curve on this? Like, I can't do this anymore. That ain't gonna work. I guess I can just keep the curve on the middle bit, because it kind of is just on the middle bit. Like this. And then bring it in. That goes from there to there, you go from there to there. There's a 2 in the middle. I can do 2 3s and a 4, I suppose, is doable. Alright. 4, 3. Bimu! I thought you said I would have to hydrate myself today. Did Bimu lied to me? I got lucky. Poggers. I've always wanted to get lucky. Right. So, this then wants to go down, I think? Just straight down, right? It follows the curve on that one. And indeed, I have the rare cold. It was a prophecy, but too late. Didn't you catch the rare cold the other day, though? So it was a prophecy, but on time, and then also too late again. It's like hobbits having second breakfast, but you got second morning. Second trumpet. Right. Yeah, so there is actually kind of like a slopey, a tougher slope here. What kind of building Mammoth Tank from Command and Conquer game? Because the village wanted me to do it. It was the rare common cold. I see. Ugh. Well, I hope you get better soon. It's not good to have a cold. Alright, does that want to go like that? How does this outside bit go? It started Sunday and feels like today should be the last day. Mm-hmm. It's always the lingering ones are the worst, aren't they? Absolutely. There. Alright. But how does that work? Does this go in one, actually? That goes in one, doesn't it? This is too far out. So you know what? We're gonna bring these in. Alright, this is now just 2 3s. Maybe even just 2 4s. This 2 to 4 transition wants to come in at least 1 tile. It's always 1 day feels a bit wrong, 2 days of runny nose and annoying, and then 1 day of not being that bad anymore. Ah, you get the mild colds. I see. Ideally tomorrow is all fine again. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, hopefully. Right, whenever I get sick, I only ever get, like, really sick. I'm either, like, completely fine or I'm fucking dead. There's no in between. Right, is that how that wants to go? Yeah, I think it is, actually. And then we have another slope, maybe down there. I remember once in the past few years there was a really bad cold. Yeah, for me, I remember, I mean, the last really bad cold I had was, yeah, I actually don't remember. Then again, I don't remember a lot of things, so. Alright, I know I caught COVID and that was rough. But, you know, that was a whole, that one doesn't count, I don't think. You don't really count an annoying runny nose as being actually sick. Me neither, especially considering my nose is perpetually running. Right. So on the inside, I actually want this to go like... I actually want that to continue out. This here. No. No. That. There we go. Right. That goes like that. And then it goes into the circle. How do I make that goes into circle? Square corner? That looks a bit weird, but... oh, wait, hang on. Can I not do a transition here? Is this not, like, the perfect spot for a transition block of some sort? Yes. Yes. Yes, Annie. Right. So, now what? Yeah, this inner bit here doesn't slope like this. It does like a square corner kind of deal. Actually. It's blockier on the inside. Minecraft TARDIS. Alright. And now this is going to be 3 3s, or 2 3s and a 4 right here. Right. No, wait, it wants to go down. Does it not want to go down further? I don't know. Maybe it does, and I will have to figure that out. This one kind of wants to go down a bit further. Because I want this to come out to here, and then to here, and then down. So volume 682. Okay, not the end of the world. I'm a little worried about how I'm going to fit the rear bits on and then the gun and everything, but... this guy is definitely going to be bigger than I want him to be. If I keep him at his current size. I do love how the physics glitches the fuck out when you make the springs that small, though. Alright, can I, like, lower the spring force maybe to, like, 5, and then maybe that'll help? How about that? No? Even that applies, like, crazy amounts of force. If I make it, like, 0.2, then... it's still glitching. Oh, less glitching. It stopped glitching. Oh, the reason why we don't have huge frickin' force yet is... oh, the reason why we don't have huge frickin' this making my volume massive yet. It's called the Mammoth, it has to be big. That is fair, honestly. I'm just wondering if it's gonna be too big to be practical. I really should check the volume limit and make sure. You know what, I think he put it in the Discord. If I go to FTD General... volume cap of 60k per Vic. Oh shit, never mind. We have like so much space. Holy fuck, 60k? Why was I even worrying? Oh my god. Don't even give a shit. Make it bigger. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna pause the game so I can keep him like that. There we go. I can exit. Alright. I'm gonna make it accurate size then. Or at least as accurate as I want. Make the Mammoth Mark II. I don't actually know what Mammoth... I'm sort of making like a blend of every Mammoth tank reference I'm finding on DuckDuckGo. Alright, so I want to copy this one. Alright. Actually, you know what? Before I put this on... I'm just going to finish these up here, because then I can put them on spin blocks later. Alright. Oh, it's the Walker? I see. I remember that now. I remember it being so goddamn useless. So all I remember about the Mammoth Mark II is that it sucked. I remember every time I built it, the Titans would do so much more work. It was a great disappointment. It really was. Like, its primary weapon was just so slow. It looked awesome, but it was so slow.
Let's go gambling.
Alright, so with these two, like this and this. Alright, yeah, with the alright, so now we know our volume limit is freaking massive. I'm going all in. No more hesitation. Right. This guy's gonna be our capital tank, basically. How do I go from this to this, though? Because it's kind of like a diagonal slope on the outside, on that. Also, you like Nod better than GDI anyway? Nod had the artillery. I remember in the original, I didn't like Nod that much, because they were all about cloaking and stuff. I don't remember what their stuff was, though. Command & Conquer Tiberan Sun Nod units. Sure, this'll do. They had the cyborgs, which are cool. But yeah, I remember the the Tic Tanks were awesome. I like those. You're a sucker for indirect fire, the artillery. Yeah, I don't remember Kid Me ever using those. I think Kid Me was too obsessed with the Tic Tanks. Oh, and the Devil's Tongue. I actually mentioned that one earlier today, that I wanted to build one of those, but you can't do Burrowing Craft in this game, so... Sadness. But yeah, there was some cool stuff that Nod got, I guess. Alright, if we do this... Maybe not. Maybe I do the transition again. I think the transition worked. Well, that requires me to have that... Okay, hang on. I need to do... different shape, but that one is just an offset. That doesn't work. Because now that... It's the problem with not having curves. It's the problem with not having, like, a big curve. Because what I need is this, right? I need, like, a... I need, like, a that, but rounded and, like, tapered. I think there is, like, a pole tapered, right? There is. Okay, hang on. I gotta flip that. Rotate. Right. 0. Okay. And then we put that to 0. And then... That's kind of what the Mammoth Tank has, right? It's bigger. It's like 4. Right, it has like that sort of size. With like a little extra design in it. Little dent in it. Your catch is thematically appropriate. You're catching all the FTD stuff today. So, yeah, then it, like, the thing is, it goes, like, diagonally out. Does it start early? No, because there's a drive wheel here. How do it do that? Does it start here? I think it starts, like, here or something. And then... I think it goes back one, actually. Right? It goes, like, back here. I think that's how it goes. Into a triple wedge, and then... Oh, you caught the Wireshark. Was that new? Just noticed you guys caught the Wireshark then. Congratulations. You are an real game. So if we do like that and then this. Oh. I can then bring this up here, I guess? And then that counts as the start of the circle, and then we do that, and... That doesn't look like it at all. Where's the music gone also? gonna add like some stilts to keep this thing up while I'm working. I don't keep time paused. I think the music doesn't start playing while time is paused, which is a really weird. No, not that. All right, really weird thing that this game does. All right, if I add stilts, there we go. Now I can let him fall. There we go. Perfect. And now I can just build it like this. Right. So how do you make this go diagonal? Diagonal. How do I daggerel? Diagonal out. It go diagonal out. Like this? It go like that, but it go down. It go like that, but it go flat. And I don't have a shape for that. I don't think. I think the best I got is like square corner here, and then like a triangular plane somehow below it. Like that. But then the thing is, it's also still going down here, so this would have to be like a slope. Except that needs to come like across here. But it can't because there's a dang wheel in the way. There's a ding-dong dang wheel in the way. But yeah, because like it slants forwards, not backwards. Which is really freaking weird, actually. What about this? That could work. And then... But again, it go down. It go down. It do go down. It go down right here. Like right here. That where it go down. I don't know how to do that shape. That shape is impossible for me. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's just like from the depths doesn't work with that shape very good. So that's gonna have to be a deco moment. Methinks. Possibly even like a triangle to triangle or something. Because like, what I need is I need triangle here into this goes this way into like triangle here, like a weird diagonal thing. Hydrati, Ugati. So I think it's kind of like a triangle corner, but with this corner dragged over here. Maybe. Ducati. Alright, anyway. I guess I shouldn't worry too much about these. Let's not worry too much about this. I'm getting caught up on the deco too much. And what I should be doing is making it functional. So, we'll come back and I'll make it functional. Alright. However, it is time. Why is this not an emote? What? Javated? It is on Firestorm stream. He was the one who wanted it added, actually. It's probably on 7TV somewhere. I would be surprised if it's not. Anyway. Right. It is dog time. You guys finished the dog pick, so let's get this together. Yesterday's dog pick was Chappelle. There's Tilly, holding her ram, being very cute, as always. And here's today's dog pick. Dog concern. This is Winnie. I caught that picture of her. It's like, I need to put this one on stream. She is the world's biggest scaredy cat. Let me tell you. Little story about Winnie. You can, like, genuinely, you can do things as innocuous as have a bag in the corner of the room, or open a cupboard, or move slightly, and she will just jump out of her skin. Like, she is the world's biggest scaredy cat. So, she is terrified of everything. Poor girl. We basically have like a Vietnam vet in our house. Just constant PTSD flashbacks. She's very cute though. I always make sure to give her lots of attention and pets and hugs. Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself a cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 or so minutes, maybe 10. We'll get back to building this tank when I return, and when I do, hey, I don't know. I don't know why I said when I do, things will happen, because I already said what was going to happen. So, have a great time fishing. Until then, I will be right back. Go get yourself a snack or something. Done. 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 She's coming for you, chat. I'm back. I got tea. I'm just gonna leave that there. There we go. All right. Okie doke. Just in time. Oh! Yo! Border Wise with the raid of 12! My goodness! Hey again, how you doing, Elliot? Elliot? How we pronounce that? How you doing? Sorry. English is not easy. Dreekfire also, welcome, welcome. Border Wise, how you doing? Also, what's up, the T-Lad? Welcome, welcome. O10, welcome. Raid. Hello, Raiders. Hello, everyone. How did From the Depths go? Were you building like me, or were you doing campaign stuff or adventure or what? Working on your own custom campaign, maybe? What were you getting up to over there? Reviewing things for Plutono. Okay. Yeah, welcome to, I've been building tank. We just got started, basically. So yeah, this is these here are on spin blocks, so the camera goes sideways, so I'm building them up there. I'm gonna put them on in a minute, which is why this looks like it does. But yeah, so I'm building a tank for Necro's campaign, Dark Dystopia, which I'm gonna start playing next week on Wednesday. So I wanted to build kind of a decent sized tank to help out the rest of my tanks, because I had a few tanks, you know. I don't know how many of you guys have seen, but I've got the Obelisk. This is my current heavy tank.
Yes.
Very solid big boy. I've actually got another one there deployed for goodness knows how long. Alright, I got, you know, I got some other stuff. I got, I'm sure you guys have seen the Harvester before. My spiky boy. I like him.
Yes.
Alright, and then I got, I got my hovercraft. I don't know how many of you guys have seen my hovercraft. I built this one for the Christmas campaign, actually. I haven't named it yet. So, names are, names that, you know, if anyone has a name for this, for this thing, I'm willing to hear it out. And yeah, well, also we got the fishing as well. So, you know, if you guys want to do some fishing, exclamation point fish. 'Tis free of charge, 1 minute cooldown. Have fun. But yeah, I like this one. This is my kind of like an anti-air and spotter. Surprisingly cheap for its size. I don't know.
Receiving.
Right, but yeah, that's that one. And then I've also got my boy, the bread missile Rough Rider, which I'm still working on his bread missiles, but yeah, well, this truck. This truck with his APN missiles, custom bred. It's actually my first try at doing custom bred missiles on this dude, which was right here. There you go. The Katyusha. Yeah, very American-looking Katyusha with that truck. Look at that. It's like the most American Katyusha.
Yes.
Which is why I called it the Rough Rider. Plus, I've got a supply variant. Anyway. See, I wanted to build a really big tank to sort of back him up. Just for the really big fights. So that's what we're currently doing here. Is we're basing this off of the Mammoth tank from Red Alert. Well, actually, I think it's from Tiberian Sun. So, also the Churchill. Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. How did I forget about my boy, the Churchill? You know why? It's because I went from Harvester. I started at Harvester and down here. That's why. Yeah, I got the Churchill too. Very German-looking Churchill with the Scherzen. So I'm also looking for a name for this one because I don't just want to keep calling it Churchill, but I can't think of one. Also, it's got nuts. Yeah, I need a better name for this guy. Because he is a Churchill, but he's more than that, you know? He's more than just a Churchill. He's a really tanky motherfucker. That's what he is. Anyway. Yeah, I hope you guys had a great time with Borderwires. Raiders, welcome on in. And I will say, we gave Borderwires a shout out already, but hey, why not? Give him another one. There you go. Go follow Borderwires. He's playing From the Depths. Great From the Depths stream. I look in his stream a lot when he's playing From the Depths. Right. So, how do we do this? So right now, yeah, I'm trying to build a sort of diagonal line. I probably should give up on this for now, because this is some shaping. Maybe Kirschler? Church means Kirsch in German? Maybe. Your shout-out was not good enough. Guess you resigned. What do you mean? I said we already gave him a shout-out, but I said I'll give him another one. Your shout-out was definitely good enough, Beam. But I just wanted to give him more shout-out, because Borderwise deserves it. You know, that kind of works. Nice manta ray. Maybe Kirchler. Maybe. We could do something church related in German. Speaking of German, I was doing a crossword the other day with my family, as I typically do. We do crosswords in the evening, you know, because we're a bunch of 80-year-old we're a bunch of 80-year-olds in a retirement home, and that's what my family and I do in the evenings. And one of the clues was Christmas tree in German, which for some reason I knew. I'm probably gonna butcher the pronunciation. It's Tannenbaum, isn't it? Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum is just pine tree. Well, that was what the answer to the crossword clue was, and the clue was Christmas tree in German. So take that up with the with the guy who made the crossword, I guess. Bad crossword. This is Weihnachtsbaum. I see. I don't know. Like there's a Christmas carol in English called O Tannenbaum. Oh, Christmas tree. So, I guess that's where they got it from. Anyway, yeah, there's no way I can do the shaping on this without deco, so I'm just going to put some random fucking slope in and call it a day. Not that one. This one. Yeah, because you use pine trees on Christmas. Yeah, but you don't say, oh, pine tree in English. You say, oh, Christmas tree. There is that carol. There is. Not usually one for carols. I'm gonna be honest. Right, so we're gonna do this. Right. Well, Germans do it differently. You know what? Fair enough. Alright, let's put that one there, maybe? It doesn't want to come out there. It wants to come out here, right? Why is this too tall also? It shouldn't be too tall. What have I done? How have I gone and messed this up this badly? This comes down... You know what? Yeah, this comes down here. What was I doing before tea break? What the hell was I up to? Like that, maybe? Thing is, these wheels don't come down further than that. In Dutch, the song goes, oh, pine tree, maybe in German as well. Yeah, I mean, if according to Beam, that is what it do, so. Din 2412 genomte Tannenbaum Zweckbindung Weihnachten. Whatever that means. I think Beam was giving instructions for how to launch nuclear Christmas trees. That's the launch codes. Alright, can I do do I want to do this? Is that good? This kind of looks okay, right? Gives us that extra bulk on the wheel. I don't know if I want the bulk on the wheel though. I kind of want it to stay thin. Because I already got enough bulk on this, you know? Alright. So I guess I'll just do like that. If you know anything about Germany, din is holy. Beam said something very German. Well, I didn't know that. So there you go. Now I know more Germany. Yeah, I'm just going to do this for now. I can deco fix it later. All right. I'm learning. My brain is expanding. Very soon, I will be unstoppable. Right. And it will all be because of Beam. When my supercomputer brain alter ego takes over the world, you'll know who to blame. Maybe this? Let's hope my skull is expanding too. No, only my brain. I have a severe salt shortage. And I need medical attention immediately. Oh, hey, chemo. Let's put this here. I think I want these to go like this, kind of. Alright, because these tracks then are going to go wide. Wide boy tracks, right? That's how these go. As wide as I can get them. I'm probably going to deco the wheels into something else. There's going to be 2 3s. Yeah, how do I blend this? It kind of goes forward and then back, doesn't it? So this is actually smaller than it looks. Which actually means I think these wheels are further back than they look like they are. Right, okay. So in that case, I'm going to move them back a bit. Because, yeah, the back of this synchronizes up with the pin that joins them in, right? So that goes like here, right? But the thing is, that back bit is like a 2-slope. Not a 1-slope. It's like a 2-slope. Okay. Also, I have no idea what ISO is. You mean like an ISO file? Or an isopod? Does it curve here on the outside? I think it curves on the outside too. It like 2-meter slopes, offsets. I think it does that once. Kind of deal. International Standard Organization? Oh, I see. A good organization. I only know the name, but you know what? That sounds like a good one. Alright. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I guess I'll just build the across bits here, like that. No standards, same thing, to be honest. Yeah, pretty much. Right. Land the 5-meter wide drive wheels. Okay, so then we need to put... How far back? It comes out about, like, here, right? So I think the same rules as the front ones, like this. Alright, do that. Metal tracks, right. They took a lot of DIN standards, too. Fair enough. Alright. There we go, and I think that's probably fine. Yeah, it's okay if these are a bit more hidden at the back here, because they are the rear wheels who need the space, right? So then that comes out here. Right. 1 and 2. By the way, chat, feel free to offer suggestions and things. If you think that there's a cool idea for what I am building. Especially weapons. I was considering plasma. Because we're going to be building, like, you know, Mammoth Tank, Tiberian Sun. I think they upgrades to get plasma after a while. if you make it veteran. So I was kind of thinking that. I wanted to have, like, anti-air ability and also kind of be decent against ground units. So considering I want it to be, like, you know, good against whatever. Or something that can be used everywhere. Maybe, I mean, redundancy is obviously king, so, you know, we're going to be going for a redundant style of thing. Looks like a flame tank to you. Yeah, it's going to be, this central body here is going to widen out a little bit. There's going to be a big turret in the middle, occupying most of the space. And then there's going to be, like, another set of wheels behind this one. So it's going to be this set of wheels, and then another set of wheels, big turret in the middle, over top of it. Could definitely add flamethrowers for that close range. I haven't really done much with flamethrowers in my time playing From the Depths. Yeah, this is fine, I think. Right, so... I always pick the wrong one. Every time I pick the wrong offset. I think I want to do that. Do I want to do that? Guess I can, like, then do this into... this? I don't know if that's not how that goes, but... it does sync it up to this, actually, which is... not bad. 333. Okay. And then that's also a 333. And then we'll have to put armor on the inside as well. That one can stay as a gap for now to just remind me that I need to armor the inside of that too. Yeah, like these parts here are the awkward parts. Right here. And honestly, I think what I'm going to do is this one's going to go backwards and then the other one's going to go forwards. Right, I got to like come up with the opposite of whatever I just did there. For this front bit. And I have no idea how to do that. This is just 2 4s. Right. But that is the general plan for that. I do want to cover this bit here up too. So this is going to be sloped at the bottom here. Alright. Something like that. It doesn't quite work, but I've spent enough time on this, and it's close enough. So you know what? We're gonna just move on from this and start working on the next bit. I'll put that there as a signifier that that's where it needs to go on the finger. Right, and then we're going to copy paste that. I don't know if that's big enough. Let me make this bigger. More length. There we go. Okay, now we need to go on this and delete this whole thing. Shift deleting on armor. I know I like to live dangerously, chat. Thankfully, it's on a sub-object. Alright. Pow, pow, pow. Right. You know, I wonder what the point of these, like, separate wheel sections are anyway. Like, what's even the point of these? What do they do? Where's that triangle piece? There it is. Right. So that wants to be where the pin is. Right there. Down 1. Is that aligned? It's there, it's there, it's good. Okay. Like, what do these do for a vehicle? How's that look? I kind of feel like it's one too far back. Does that look one too far back to you guys? Like, that's the pin. I think it should be here. It should definitely be there. Alright. Let's get that there again. Control Z. Right. That's better. Yeah, see, that's now that's aligned with that bit, and I'm happier about that. Okay, then we gotta do the same with the other one. You, sir. I must copy. Delete, 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 delete. Okay, and then we can just put this in. Down one, align the pin, and then one forward from the pin. There we go. Okay, now we spread the tracks. More width. Now there's a bit of Z fighting, I can fix that later. That is more of a minor issue right now. All right. That is just a numbers thing. All right. There we go. So we need to make sure all this is connected. So for now, I'm going to just temporarily put in some... What's a really obvious thing that I'll know to remove later? Stone poles. Right. Really big old stone poles just to be like, yep, these are for removal. Get rid of these. There we go. Just want to get it all hooked up so it's not about to fall apart. There we go. And then I can get rid of those two. Disconnect everything. Let's see how this works. How are we looking? Okay, still got some physics glitching. Sure. Again, I'm pretty sure that's due to the fact that I'm using really, really tiny suspension. Alright. We'll put that back down. Right. Just to keep him off the floor for now. It's like, what is the point of this? Why a vehicle do this? What this for? I'm guessing it's to better keep all the wheels on the floor. When on a big hill. You hug the ground like a big foot. Alright. So now what do we do here? Well, we need to get the next wheel pod in. And there's like a brief bit between the two wheel pods wherein we add a wide bit. So like right here, really, it like sort of comes out only about this far, and then it comes up, and then it slopes. And we've got like this shape. I'm gonna leave a bit of like a gap here, actually. So it goes like that, and then it comes out with this. Only articulation would be to keep the wheels on the floor, and it'll be rotated by the weight of the tank. However, I'm not sure you can ever force move the spin block in FTD instead of telling the spin block to move to a position. Yeah, it's not really gonna be possible. What I might do is, I mean, I can probably bread it with a PID on this so that if this guy's suspension is entirely compressed, it rotates it to alleviate the suspension on that and compress it more on that. That shouldn't be too difficult to bread. But I won't really know until I try. Right. Now, how do we do this? How does this work? Because this is still a flat, but that's not how that looks, is it? It's a square corner, isn't it? That's what it is. Right, okay. There's a square corner on each side. And it comes down, that comes down here now. Now the question is that armor or is that like supply or what? I have no idea. Oh, and it's only 3. Hang on. I've built this the wrong size, haven't I? That's gonna go out one more. There we go. Although now it looks too wide. I think it's supposed to be longer than that. Maybe like, Oh, you know what? Actually, let's do flat too. It goes down further. So that's a bunch of 2s, I think, actually. Because it comes down to, like, here. It's like there, and it's like here. I guess that's what we can do. I shouldn't be copying this one-to-one. I'll stop doing that. I'm gonna put my own design. Right, what do I do here? Top should be aligned with this for sure, right? Honestly, you know what as well? This should come up further. Because once we're past this, like, opening section, like here, I want to keep this, like, as narrow as I can, right? Where the turret's gonna go. So I'm gonna change the wheel caps to probably a transition block here. 4 to 3? 4 to 1? 4 to 1, right? That's what I want. 4 to 1. Yes! That's a more like it. Right. Although I could probably make this actually a 2. Because I'm kind of thinking... No. It's like, I'd like this to be like an 8, really. I want this to come back way further. Oh man, you can't do an 8, can you? I mean, I suppose I could like do a pretend 8 by just making it flat and then do 4 and then just decoping it. Woof. Right? Like, I could do that. Surely that would work. Also, I need a stone pillar to fix that dang purple. Or pink, or blue. Whatever color it is. Right. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that would work. Alright, now... Yeah, I want to do... Leave a gap, and then... bring it out. Now, do I want to do this? Is this going to look okay? No, that's going to look weird, isn't it? It does want to be, like, straight out. I want to make it chunky. What if I did the inward here? And then the inward... like, here. Or here. And then that. And then I do these. With this. Yes, no? Is that too slopey? Is that too slopesy? What do you think, Chad? Because I was going to put stuff in here, right? Like, this is a good place to just put stuff. Give it a little bit of armor. You can slap some ammo in there. Seems like a good place to hold ammo. Pretty resistant to damage. I could put some transition blocks on it, actually. That might work better, right? Or an offset. Ooh, offsets, maybe, yeah. Good suggestion, chat. Thank you. Alright, and then we can do, like a 1 meter, maybe, or... like that? No problem. You guys are geniuses, I know. Look at that, now it's like bulgy. Now it's bulgy-wulgy. Now it's round, and I kind of like that, because we're kind of going with a round theme for this one. I'm not going with my usual blocky style. I'm going rounded. Which is weird. I don't like round. It's coarse and rough. It gets everywhere. Alright, can also do this, too. I'm gonna keep it blocky at the bottom, I think, on these bits. Maybe? I don't know about that one, actually. I kind of like it being like that, you know? Especially considering I want to keep this flat here. That bit got to stay flat. And then this bit comes out. Although, I mean, like, considering this is the bottom of the tank here, it's quite high off the ground, actually. What I could do is I could bring this down one more level. Especially, like, near the middle, we could get, like, an extra layer on the plasma cannon by bringing it down one more in a circle, and then, like, bringing this down one. Right? So then we have these. 1, 2. 1, 2. With a sloppy. You'll call it embracing plasma. I am. I've decided to try a big ol' plasma. And then I can make this guy roundy on the bottom. Right? I can give him a bit of a... Do I want to put a transition and make him blocky again? I don't hate that. I don't know how I feel about it yet, though. I'm gonna try some more things before I know for sure. By the way, the plasma is going to go sort of like right here. This, like either here or like shortly behind it. But I think this is where the cannon is going to go, like right in this center point. Which actually means these want to be an odd number of tiles, not even. Easily fixed. Length, length, length. Height. Copy. Alright, then let's rip this guy in half. That one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Alright. Okay. And then what we got? We've got, so this one did go here, and now we want to go one more, and out, and there we go. Okay, and then we'll do beam slope. These heavy armor beams are gonna want to be, 3s, I think. We'll just make them 3s. I know I gotta use 5 of them. I could save on blocks with a... then again, I gotta do a 3 and a 2 hit. 5 is such an awkward number in this game. Such an awkward number. Let's make a lattice, maybe, of 3 and 2, not 4 and 1. Keep that average hit points higher. Alright. Little lattice work there. And then I'll leave the bottom untouched for now. Alright. But you bet I'm going to touch that bottom real soon. Okay. So... now we're going to do the rear ones. Now, the rear ones are bigger than the front ones are, right? They're also just 2 wheels, but they're like twice the length. Okay. Which does make sense, because this is the load-bearing part, right? So... I'm gonna put my turret base in here as well, so I remember where I'm supposed to put it. I probably don't want it to be on the bottom right, because if it's on the bottom directly, then... I don't know, like, it's a weird sacrifice, right? If I put the turret base on the bottom, right, which is one tile below where it currently is, it's vulnerable to attacks from below, which, granted, we're a big fuck-off tank. We're usually not that worried about attacks from below, right? We're, you know... But we're kind of high off the ground. Like, I don't know if I have to worry about bottom attacks, you know? And yeah, pretty much all of this space here is going to be plasma. Everything that I don't have to armor. So yeah, I don't know, but we'll come back to that. I'm gonna have to put a spin block, which... And speak from bitter experience, the crams and missiles can hit tanks from underneath. Oh yeah, for sure. It's definitely happened to my tanks a few times. I've been testing against the Kingmaker a lot, which is... literally just a cram. And whenever that one sneaks a cram shot underneath me and blows me up, I'm very sad. Maybe give it a turret bulge underneath. Well, that's what I'm going to do, is this bottom section here is going to come down. But do I want to put the turret on the bottom of the bulge? Or, like, you know, do I give it extra bulge? If I give it extra bulge, we're going to get wedged up against the ground a lot. So, like, it's either I put it here or one further down. Those are our options. Anyway, I'm going to just copy-paste this. Alright, delete. Length expand. Okay. I mean, it is made of heavy armor. It's pretty blast resistant. Yeah. I'm not, like, uber worried, but... You know, it's just one of those design things that you need to ask yourself while you're building stuff. Right, so, yeah, this one wants to be, like, way bigger. I want to have, like, a whole extra wheel's length, right? So what's the space between these? It's 8 tiles. So I want to have, like, another 8 tiles. 1, 2, right. So then I want the next wheel to go right there. Which is... The wheel is... There, does it go there? Is that it? Yes. Okay, so that's the kind of size we're looking at. One further out, though. Right. That's how long we want this bit. Again, though, it just wants to be 2 wheels. Oh, my frickin' mirror was off. God damn it. It's okay, I'll just paste this over and it should fix it, right? Bingo. Okay. Right. We can then get rid of this bit, because that's just got to be expanded along. Alright, again, this is the kind of thing that I'll have to deco, right? Making this look pretty is... I will have to take care of this at some point. Can I just delete that? No. Shift delete does not work for this bit. 1, 2, 1, 2. Need a 3 in the middle, and then a 3 and a 3. Right, okay. 3 and a 3. That solves that. Get rid of this bit, get rid of this bit. Get rid of all this. So how does this one work? How are we gonna do this one? Oh, how you doing, Sush? Welcome. Hope you're having a great day today. Oh, I can just fit that one there entirely as, those. Alright. It's only the outside that's awkward, huh? Okay. 1 and 2. Right. Do you have a water restriction like in Calgary? I'm gonna be honest. I actually have no idea. I have not done anything today that would warrant me checking if there's a water restriction. Or, like, this entire winter, actually. This is not right. This is like a... I want this to have like a big flat bit at the back, I think. This comes down earlier. Probably not, though. We generally have, like... I mean, Calgary being a big city and all, right, gets restricted more often. Calgary has that burst water main again, and the city is short on water. Lamau. Standard Calgary things, honestly. Right, this one is definitely longer than that one, but... I think we can probably leave this as this or something, right? Like about that long. And then bring it down. Maybe a bit longer. Maybe a bit longer. A little bit longer. A little bit longer. Like here, maybe. Yeah, that seems better. Yeah, I have the advantage of living out in the boonies where our water don't work to begin with. So... New mayor is blaming it on the old mayor? That's always how they do it. Two threes. The same water main again, a few blocks up. Yeah, Calgary has never really been the most well-managed city, if I'm gonna be honest. From my time living there, it was not, you know, not the, there was a lot of complaints. Let me put it that way. And that was, fuck, like, almost 10 years ago now. So, not much has changed. I guess I'm gonna do entirely threes on this bit. Right. That will do. I can optimize all this later. Just gonna try and get the armor together for now. In some way that is pleasing to my very particular brain. Alright, when a main bursts in your town, 48 hours to fix, and it's a small town. Calgary took months the last 2 times, crazy. Yeah, and it's the old mayor's problem. It's his fault. Right. Absolutely. Silly. SMH. Shake my head in real life. It is about the same here, actually. Like, at most, water will be down for... If a water main bursts around here, like, it's usually fixed within a few hours. And everyone gets a notice as well. Like, it's just like a, hey, what's up? Water main broke. We'll be fixing it. Don't think I've ever been more than a day without water. Probably not even that long, to be honest. Right. Okay, that's... Again, in dire need of deco, but... Nice treasure chest. Honestly, I might sink this bit in one block once we're past the wheels. I don't know. We'll have to see. Right. What really matters right now is just getting this thing hooked up. So do I hook it up in the same place as the other one? I could do, actually. Like, we've already got the pole here that goes to the spin block. I could just hook that up in the exact same way. Because that kind of feels like that's where it's supposed to go, right? What do you mean I can't add a track here? Can I not add a... Can I not reach that with a track? Oh, man. Alright. City is of 800,000. They should have the municipal works having spare mains lying about. Very outlandish for a city. Well, it is, it is Alberta. What do you expect? Can I, like, cheat this a little bit? No. Darn. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. Sure. That was not how I was expecting that to go. Alberta thinks it can go independent. Yeah, no, it's, can't even get our cities having water. Alright. Last fish, you sleep. Okie dokie. Good nighty, Bimu. Right. So I think, yeah, this'll do for now as like a general plan. Alright, I'm not gonna do much more on the wheels here. We're just gonna put that on. Right. And then... Alright, I need to put this on a spin block, don't I? So where is this going to go? That's probably the first thing. Is where exactly does this go? Beam is gone, time for chaos. Time to immediately break every chat rule on Twitch. Right, hang on. I want that to go there. I want... like this, maybe? No, that wheel is too... that's... I want it to go here, right? That's where it wants to go. So it's literally one behind where I actually put it. And then, like, aligned with the body. Okay. So I want it to be here. Like that, right? One up. Okay. And then this should hook... I really hope this ends up looking alright. Pow. How's that? This is a big fucking tank. Okay, okay. We're already at 3K volume. I might make these end bits a bit stubbier. They might be a tad long. But I think for a really giant, you know, a tank called the Mammoth, this is probably appropriate. Alright. How expensive is this thing gonna be, though? This is not gonna be the kind of tank you can buy on a budget, that's for sure. Alright, now I need to hook those up. Are these too long? I have no idea. Right. Is this impractically large? Probably. Alright, how many things fall off if I do this? Boing. Boing. The amount of bounce this thing gets is crazy. What do you think? How does that look, Chad? This back bit is definitely too long. Back bits are definitely too long. I think overall it's too long, actually. I think this should be shorter. I think this should be shorter. This hit probably wants to be about 3 blocks. Just overall, it looks proportionally wrong. Width-wise, I think it looks okay. Width-wise, this boy looks alright. I think this is a good width. Width is mint. I just made it too long. I'm still building ships. Subconsciously. Well, if width-wise it's fine, then I suppose we can get started on the plasma, right? We can at least plan that out. How are we gonna build the plasma? How the fuck do you build plasma? Let's see. The mantlet is going to want to go, like, here, right? Up this way. Forwards? At the middle? Backwards? Probably around here. So it can reach off the end here. I want 2-barrel for certain. So I want the 2 barrels to be this close though. Or do I want them to be further out? Because I could have them here. Is that going to look weird? We are a wide boy though. What do you think? I mean, they need to be bigger, that's for sure. I might even put them up one more tile, so I can have more armor below. And then we do... yeah. Accelerate it. Right. Yeah, you know what? I kind of like that. Should recess the mantlets much further back if you want it to be more survivable. Well, the thing is, right? Yeah, this is about how far... looking at the reference, not too close together. Yeah, like, the reference has the... if I'm going to be building this kind of mammoth tanky, the mammoth tank's turrets are fucking massive. Long and high up, and they go, like, all the way out like that, right? So if you want to build this thing plasma, they have to go there. I ain't looking at no reference, though. I mean, that's fair. But the turret itself, also, the turret armor also comes out to, like, you know, all the way out here, right? So, we're gonna have, like, you know, solid armor here. In fact, even further out, the armor comes out over the turret guards. Like, the armor comes out to here. That's where the turret armor goes. That's where it ends. Roughly about there. And then it has, like, this bit, and then... like this, right? It's the kind of shape of the turret. I'm just gonna use general shape here. Sort of goes like that. Maybe not quite like that. I think it does curve, but... and then this is going to want to come up. It's gonna have, we're going to have something like that, right? That's going to be kind of how that goes. So... if the armor's looking like that, then the mantlets want to be placed with that in mind. Alright. But I do appreciate the, you know, keeping me in check with realism here. Alright. Making sure I don't go ham on... building a tank from a strategy game that does not actually work. And just looks really cool and is useless. Alright. I guess something like that might do. Right. We're probably going to want like that beneath. Essentially might extend out further than that. I mean, I say further, this comes back further. I want this to come back further. I want that to have a more striking, like... these are the edge bits. This is where the turret comes out of. These are the, like, these have to be part of the turret, basically. Part of the barrel. Effectively. Right. Time to stop shrimping. Okay, so where do I put the plasma in here? The hard part is that we need the heat sinks. Right, like, I could put it there, but that, again, that's not great, is it? I mean, it would have blocks above and below it if I did that. Right? Like that would be the armor. But is that smart? Probably not. Probably not very smart, is it? It does get the barrel length about where I want it, though. What do I do? What do I do for these mantlets? What do I put these? I guess I could put them like one thing back in. Then we can just live with that. Because that's probably decent, right? Could mimic extra barrel length and place the mantlets further back. I could, yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to do that. Alright, the problem is, like, okay, the next question is, do I want to put heat sinks on those inner ones, or do I want to put armor on those inner ones? Right, because this one here, I could leave the heat sinks off and put more armor here instead. Right? Like, I could just do that instead of heatsink, which would give us even more protection. Don't know. I think we'll stick with that for now. Let's get the plasma actually done. Okay, so these have to come out the bottom because they're silly. Right. Now, while the turret head can be fucking massive, and we can probably put stuff in the turret head here, because this thing is going to be huge. And like half the tank. The bottom bit down here, I kind of only want to be like a 7x7, maybe even smaller, right? I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. And it gets everywhere. Firestorm. What the heck, man? You can't just call someone a bottom and not greet them with a kiss. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, buddy. How you doing today? Bev kiss. Why is that even an emote? Alright, anyway. Why not? Yeah, fair enough. Alright, this thing's also got missiles on the side, I've just realized. Missiles on the side of the turret here. Okay. So how do you build plasma? How do you Tetris this? How do you make a plasma Tetris? I know it's like you need to keep the ratio of generator to chamber equal across all, but like how I do? I just like that's a 5, 7. I don't really want to go wider than 7, right? 7's wide enough. So then we've got this one and that one and this one. And then we can go out to how far? Usually try to build 1 high slices in the turret shape, or radiating out from a couple of vertical collector lines. Right. So I can only go 1 from that and 2 from those. Okay. Hang on, let me try and interpret what you said. Okay, vertical collector line. So you're saying I gotta do like this. Right? The chambers and generators are horizontal and just copy pasted down to reach the height. Okay. Right, I see. So you mean like this. Okie doke. So I guess I can do that. Guess I don't want to do the bottom layer, do I? On this one. I can do a 2 meter generator here, 2 meter here, all the way down. Because that's within the 7x7. And then a 3 meter, or an extra one. Right. That's the idea. It takes a bit of Tetris to get certain chamber to generator ratios. Yeah, okay. I kind of get what you're talking about now. Right. Okay. Because, yeah, I certainly can't do, the same deal here, can I? If I want to do that. Although, if I replace these with 1s, I could then do... I've got what? This is 1 to 1, right? So then I can do this and then just put a 1. Or, I've got this space here. I can do this. And I can do that and get 2. Alright, so this is now 1 to 1 as well. Right. Now we also have the problem of this center bit here, right? I've got a lot of space here and not a lot I can do with it. I don't think. Symmetrical swastika type patterns are commonly good for Tetris, for single and multi-barrel. That, yeah, fair enough. If I do this... Because, like, I can go out 2 here is the thing, right? Like, I've got all this space I can use. But I can't access this from the center here. And we're also wasting that whole center bit. Also, hang on a minute. What have I done? I fucked this up, haven't I? 4, 5... Hang on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Oh, this is 9. Whoops. No wonder I fucked this up. Alright, hang on. So I actually can't build in that one, can I? Right. Okay. Monkey learns how to build plasma. I guess I can do this, right? And then I can remove these. And then I can do chamber. And then generator. Like that? That works, right? These are all equal. Maybe. I wonder if it's not worth it, though. With the thing with the system we've got. What about putting like a layer of like a collection layer on the top and going down vertically? Like with the chambers down vertically, I mean. Would that not also work? Question is how I would waste more volume on collectors then. Do I? So see, I wouldn't be able to use that center bit. Any collector is a wasted volume. I mean, I get what you're saying, but Because, like, I've got, what? Hang on. So this took, what, 4 collectors? Yeah, I guess already we're having to spend more than 4, aren't we? This is going to be 4, that's going to be 4, and then I'm going to do more for the rest of them. Yeah, fair enough. Alright. I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah, so I really do want, like, just this, right? This is the bare minimum number of collectors I can use. So I want to try and maximize my plasma in that range. The hard part is the interior. I also kind of want, like... I want more than one chamber, right? I want more than one chambers, because these chambers kind of suck. I generally have a roof of collectors and chambers, then the rest is generators. Mm-hmm. So you mean, like, what you do is like this? And then go down. That's kind of what I was thinking of doing. Because then you would be able to get the right number of... I mean, if you wanted 4 generators down that way, you know... Collectors don't need to be symmetrical left and right. One can be staggered forward more, the other staggered back more. And the chambers will come out of all 4 sides of each collector and stick in the opposite side of the turret if needed. Yeah. Hang on, let me put the 7x7 template down so I remember what the heck I'm doing. In fact, I'm going to put that on the main body here. Up this way. Right. Okay. And now we got that. Yeah, because I could bring that. Also, forget the connectors are a lot cheaper than collectors, so you only need collectors to connect chambers to the rest of the system. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, okay, well, we'll fix that later. I'm not going to worry about optimizing cost right now. But you're correct. Okay, so then if we do this... So then I can do like a 4-meter chamber this way, right? And then I can do the same thing mirrored over here. And then what I want to do is I want to do like a 3-meter chamber down this way. But not including the bottom, because I want these ones to go occupy the center bit. Right. Generator. Right, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And then I guess I'm gonna hook this one up to this side, just for the fun of it. Right. Then we can only really fit this and this. And, like, I guess maybe one more per. And this is an alright spot for, like, the local weapon controller or whatever, right? And just, like, slap that down right there, maybe. Sure. Okay, and then these 4 ones on the side. So how many of you guys got? You guys got... 1... Hang on, how many per? 1, 2, 3, 4... Realize these don't have, like, equal number of things, do they? Because I put these in. So that's not going to happen. Gotta get rid of that. Otherwise, they're the same, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 per. There's 4 over 3. So for every 3 meters, I need 4. Is what I've built. Although I could put some on the outside to upgrade that to something else. Right. Okay. So then how do we do this bit? Jotaro-kun. This one's gonna be the opposite. Because I'm dumb. And I didn't Tetris good. And now this one's the other way around. This one's 3/4. This one's 3/4. That don't work. Okay, what about this? But that doesn't. That means the bottom one doesn't get one. But I guess I can just remove the bottom one, because the bottom one's awkward anyway. And this means I can then sink the turret base into the ground, right? All right. Do I need like a block there to hold that? I do. Okay. Right. Plasmar. Generator. So there you go. We got that, and then I'm gonna just replace these all the way down. All right. So I think something like this, right? Pen is along the right track. You can experiment with shifting the position of the collector stacks to optimize generator to chamber ratios. Yeah, because we still got like this. Do I have that tile? Yeah, I've still got like 3 tiles right here I can use. So I can actually get 2 to 1 on these. Hmm. Yappy Yapperton? You what? So that's now 2 to 1, right? Which these guys here are only 1 to 1. And I can't really get 2 to 1 unless I like remove that and that's no longer 2 to 1. But we're back to 4/3 with that, right? We're at 4/3 and these guys are 4/4. So 4/3 is equivalent to how many would I have to put on this? That doesn't multiply, does it? Huh. Okay. Okay. I learn. With every failed attempt, I learn. Right. Let's just disconnect this and that. And can I just shift delete this whole thing? Nope. Gotta have a manlet, eh? Alright. Okie doke. So... Yeah, is there any way to do a roofie bit with this? I imagine you'd approach it kind of like APS, right? Where I should really just put it up here and then move it down. That would be smart, wouldn't it? This is basically like 2-clip APS. If I think of it that way. Can I get anything that works there? Yeah, so the problem is that all of these here are going to need collectors going to the top of them, right? And then also, I can't collect this one. Like, there's 2 tiles of here. That don't work. Okay. I feel like this is pretty worth it to take advantage of, right? Like, these little side bits. I want to use that. Right? So I could do, like, this. But then where do I put the collectors? That don't work, do it. Can do this. Right. And then we got... I mean, if I invert the direction that goes, then we only need to do like this and this, right? And then what? Because now we've got this, like, inner space. This is the hard part, right? Is distributing the inner space. So I can do this for free. That's free. Yeah, and then I guess I just do, like, this, right? And that gives us... That gives us 5 and 3. 5 generators per 3 chambers. It's a real shame that we can't quite fit an extra one in there. And we're also wasting a slot here. This is a waste. I don't want to waste that. So, how do I not waste that? Easiest solution is find some way to change the ratio so that we can put another chamber on these ones, right? So, instead of 5 and 3 and 5 and 4, we can do 4 and 3 and 6 and 4. I don't think that's the same ratio. 4 over 3 is, that's 4/3, and then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6/4. So this is 3 halves. 4/3 and 3 halves don't go. Shoot. What the heck? What to heck? How does... How does this even work? I don't know, chat. I mean, that's the most successful design I've come up with so far, right? Is just that. Some turret diameters simply don't math out for full space coverage with certain barrel counts. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting perfect, but I mean, you know, only 1 tile, I guess 3 tiles wasted is not terrible, but I guess it's fine. The real question is how much firepower this is going to produce. I suppose. If it's good enough firepower, then, you know, works, right? No need to worry. Alright, how's those collectors? Gotta make sure those fit. Oh, that way. I can use the empty spaces for structural beams to hold the cap on after being damaged internally. That is true. I need to fit a local weapon controller in there anyway. There we go. So that is all connected up. Yeah, and then this one here can be like... Probably just heavy armor, to be honest. Just to hold it on, right? Because this is the only thing holding this turret cap together. It's just that one. And these ones can honestly be like surge protectors or something. Or if I do some surge protection in these corners. In fact, if I linked the turret armor to the surge protectors, what I can do is... I can do a 2-meter heavy armor here. Into like a rubber or something. Probably won't matter too much because it'll just go through the plasma. And then I can do the local weapon controller and just turn that sideways and put that on 4 cells left and right. And then we've got the turret controlled. But they're pretty well protected, there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I mean, if I shrunk the this turret by 1, I could actually put it above and then surround it with rubber, and it would be even more robust, but I think that's probably fine for now. Right, and then we've also got more space up here that I can put more plasma, but that's a thing I'll worry about later. For now, let's just build some resources. See what I can do with this. Damn, you're old. I too am old, Sush. Don't you worry. We can be old together. Alright. So, I want to connect up the turret face to this bit real quick. Alright, we'll just do... Actually, we can go back to my stone poles. I like those. They're good for illustrating that, hey, this part's not attached yet. Alright. Okay, it was just those we lost. Not bad. Bounciness on this thing. For a tank as big as it is, it's very bouncy. Alright. Okay, will it turn? How are we doing here? How many charges do we use per projectile? We've got 2 barrels. Do I just use all charges? Just everything. Just blast it all out? 24 charges per shot? Amp up the projectile speed to like 1.5 kilometers? Perhaps. All charges per shot and staggered 2 shots by like 0.03 seconds will likely be best. Okay, I think 311 is fine. Gives us a whopping 1,004. I mean, 312 maybe, just to get us over that 1,500. Alright, all charges 312. And not a huge amount of energy there. Alright. And then we want to set... How do we want to fire? 7 charges per shot is the ideal number for plasma according to those who do math. Kills the HA beam with some damage left over. But big damage goes wee, so carry on. I mean, it is built after a tank that technically fires both its guns at exactly the same time. Alright, so let's sync you to this. 0.03. Max delay is going to be 0.04, I suppose. Well, I don't know how... This can probably be set to, like, close to the reload time. What is the reload time on this? The reload time is however long it takes to recharge... Actually, the reload time is going to be fucking weird, isn't it? I've just realized something about my plasma. Right. Every generator recharges at the same time, right? So we're going to have, like, a really weird situation where the first time we fire, we're going to get 3 charges back at the same time and fire the next shot. But then the next time, we're going to only get 2 charges back. Right? And then we're going to have to wait for one of these ones here to reload again. That might end up being weird. Because... Let me see how this works. Does this, like, gradually desync or something? So I can't slaughter everything you've ever loved in one salvo, it's too weak. Okay, I mean, it seems to work, actually. So I guess I was worried for nothing. I mean, it's starting to take... It's faster at first, right? Yeah, it does slow down because of that. It slows down. Because it starts off with 3 charges, right? And then 3 generators have charged, and then the next 2 generators like, are not quite charged. And then we fire the first burst. Those 2 generators immediately recharge. We gotta wait for one of these guys to recharge. And then we end up with these guys, like, partially recharged, and these guys partially recharged. So then we fire the next shot, these 2 recharge, and then, like, one of these does, and then we end up with this one and this one desynced, and it just starts to desync all over the place. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, though, we still end up only waiting for, like, one of the generators that we just fired to recharge, right? It's whichever one is the longest. So it's probably fine. I'm gonna pop this down for battery power. I don't know. What I need to do is set up a quick mainframe, maybe, and give it something to shoot at so we can observe its firing over a long time. I'm gonna put a camera up there. We're gonna put some gimbals next to it. Radar 90 right behind it. Maybe a nice rangefinder there as well. Right. Just give it some decent detection. Connect the wireless receiver. Oh. You guys need to be facing the right direction, don't you? That would help. I'm actually just gonna put them up there. All right. One there and one there. Okay. Little bit of GPP. Pow. Don't need that much. Right. Okay. So now we've got vision. We've got this. We've got no fuel. Need to add fuel. Right. Resources, fuel. Okay. Gonna quickly have a look at what we're dealing with here. And I think what I'll do is, over this way, we'll build a little enemy with some anti-plas armor, maybe. How do you do anti-plas? It's like this, right? This is basically what you do. And then just like a line through the middle to connect them all up. Pretty sure this is anti-plasma. Okay. And I want to give this thing like infinite resources. Right, and a whole bunch of repair bots, so I don't have to worry about it dying instantly. There you go, now it can just fix itself. Alright. Okay, so that's the anti-plas that we're going to try and keep it safe with, and I'm going to put some like heavy armor in front just to see what we're doing. So I'm going to do like a pole here and a pole here, because I want to just shoot this thing in the face. See what kind of damage we can do, you know? Let's assume that we're hitting... what's like a solid, commonly used type of heavy armor? Try like wedges. See what happens if we hit wedges in the front. 4-meter wedges. What do you think about this? And then another layer of armor in the front of that. Plasma should rip that apart, right? You'd think? Let's give it an AI. The typical front-sider armor, for sure. Right, so we're going to do that, and we're going to do an enemy sim. Right. Pow. And just turn that bad boy on. Right. Kind of just getting a feel for our rate of fire and everything here. Pow. Okay, you know what? Was that 1 or 2 hits? Ooh. Okay, we hit the anti-plas. Okay, 1 hit really does put a hole in those wedges. That's 2 hits to the same area. Oh. We just took out the entire... just took out the entire bloody heavy armor. Fuck, alright. Let me give you a repair there, buddy. I hit the pole. Where the fuck am I? Need to get off your PC. Happy Plasma Tank, and take care, Border Eyes. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. I appreciate it, and thank you for the raid as well. Thank you for bringing your community over here. I always appreciate seeing you. Alright. Okay. Well... I wonder if I can't do some quick bread to analyze this. Hang on a minute. If we do generic block getter on the plasma mantlet, right? Do we have a firing thingy? Firing event, that's the one? Right, okay. So whenever we get a firing event, I want the maximum value. Right. Quick bread, yes. Vedal bread. How do I measure the time? Number of frames between shots is probably what I want. So, what I'm gonna do is, I want like output 1 + 1, or 0 if, yeah. So if not A, question mark, yeah. So we count up until we get a firing event, and then we drop. And then what I want is output 1 = 0 question mark output 2 + 1, otherwise output 2. Alright, so that should just count up output 2 every time we get a firing event, right? Okay, plus the first one, but you know. Let's see how this works. Are you shooting? You out of juice? Oh, we killed it. Really? It died that easy? Alright, well, fuck. I guess I gotta build a new one. Man, you really can't resist plasma. Although, I mean, it probably didn't help that I'm pretty sure I shot around the anti-plas on that. Alright, I think we're gonna do like this. Oh. There we go. Right, I need a way to, like, bring that forwards. How do we layer anti-plas? How do you, like... How are you supposed to layer anti-plas like that? I guess like this. Just put a couple layers like that. But then you need to, like, bring it across somehow. I guess you do this. Like that. And then one extra layer on the top, maybe. Or even, like, just get rid of this top layer. Alright, there we go. And then we can build this up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There. Right. And then we can do the next layer, which I'm going to bring out here. Can do this like this as well. Right. There we go. That's looking decent. Right. Oh. Connect all that up. Build just a big, thick wall. We're building the wall, chat. The wall. To hold out against my silly tanky boy. For at least a few seconds. Alright. Okay. And then I'm just probably gonna copy paste this like 50 times. How successful do you think this would actually be? As, like, a structure? What if you actually just built this? Deployed it in a campaign? The Plasma Punisher. Alright, is there any chance that I am able to break my way through that? I don't know. Right. Okay, hang on a moment. Before we continue... Relatively weak at explosives, but it's a shit ton of blocks anyway. Mm-hmm. Hang on, I want to change that one there to 0 for a second. Alright. Okay, we can also measure the average time between this going to 0. In fact, what I probably want to do is just measure the difference. I want to take a differencer on this. Thinking about it. Instead of doing whatever fancy bullshit I was doing there. Want to do a differencer. Right. So then we want this here and then this here. Right, and then if A is equal, or if A is less than 0, question mark, right. Output 1 plus 1, otherwise output 1. So that's going to count the number of shots. Then what I want is, if B is greater than output 2, question mark B, otherwise output 2. That measures the most frames we've had between shots. And then what I also want is... I want, like, the minimum number. Because this is going to be 0 on the frame that, so I need to somehow memorize the last one. So I want, like, output... Or I want to just put B as output 3. And then I want to do... Or, like, B as output 4, I guess. And then I want to do output 3... Oh, 4... Yeah, what am I doing here? I want to try and figure out the lowest. So it's... If output 4... is less than output 3, and A is less than 0. That's not gonna do it. Hang on, so on reset, if the last known value is less than whatever we've got, which is gonna start at 0 is the problem. I guess I just, like, fill it. It started off with 999 or something. Yeah, if output 4... Hang on. If output 4 equals 0, question mark, 99999999999, colon B. Right. That ought to do it. Okay, so then I want to do output 4, otherwise output 3. Okay. And this should hopefully do it for diagnostics. 1, 2, 3, 4... If I did all these correct. I did not do them all correct. Why is output 4 is equal to 0? So why are you not outputting that? Because I've probably got a meval error somewhere. Oh, yes I do. I didn't put a comma here. Right. Wait. What the fuck have I done? Oh, that's a question mark. Right. Don't mind me forgetting how to do my own ternaries. Right. And then I'll just bracket that for safety. Alright. There we go. Okay. Huh? What happened? Why is this... Alright, whatever. Okay, well, it takes 478 to do a reload from there. So let's see what we get next. Was that also 478? We can just copy paste this and put it in again. Okay, also 478. My lower diagnostics are not working because I am stupid and don't know how to program. Okay. So what's going on here? I don't know. Whatever. Right. My brain is too fried to worry about that right now. I'm not doing that. Right. But I will get rid of these. Delete that output. Delete that output. Delete this one. Delete this one. Right. I was trying to figure out, like, the... Actually, I guess I could still figure out the lost firing events, time, right? So it'd be if A is less than 0, question mark. Output 4. But output 4 is just literally going to be B. Otherwise, output 3. Right? So then for a single frame, we record that. Okay, so then we do this, and then that should work, I think. 478, that's the last one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now we can figure out exactly how many frames it takes to reload. And if it's consistently 478, then it's not a problem. Yeah, it is. Okay. So 478 frames to reload. This is doing a fantastic job of soaking that damage as well. Look at that. The brick. The cube. I mean, it was still doing a decent chunk of damage, but, you know. I think that's alright, isn't it? Yeah, now all I really got to do is, like, shrink this thing down. Fix up the plasma and whatnot. Okay. What do you think, chat? What do you think about our plasma tank so far? I think he's not half bad, if I'm gonna be honest. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to figure out how I'm going to do the top of this. Because this looks kind of uggo. Like, I don't mind how tall it is, but I feel like it needs a bit of, you know, a bit of care and attention here. Right. I'm gonna bring that back. You know what you think? You think fish? Fair enough. I don't think at all. So there. Huh. Although, thinking about it, this does start off like this, but it kind of goes up more. Alright. If I put this is like a great spot to put detection and stuff is on top of these things. So if I do this... No, wait. If I just immediately go into, like, doing this... I can get rid of that center one and use that for, like, detection, like a radar or something. Just put a slope there and then leave that wide open for something, right? Maybe I could put, like, a pole. I don't know. Or I could bring it up more. No, I don't want to bring it up more. I don't even want to bring it up this much, to be honest. This is a very intimidating wall that's got its boss music playing right now. Right. I want to have a slope here, I think. Triangle slope. This wants to stay, like, consistently higher than this thing, though. But I want this to be 3 because it's got to support the turret. So yeah, this does have to go 1 higher. Right. Okay. It's okay if the turret is, like, fucking huge, because we can just put stuff in it. But... this is the thing, is I don't know how huge I want it to be. Because more turret means more engines, plasma, armor, you name it, right? But if I'm going to be making it stubbier... I don't know if I, like, you know, super want that. Right, Also, this appears to be like a 7-wide arc from what I've done. Can I do the same thing on the back here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. That does not fit. How much of a circle is this? Coming out from here. It's 1 and 2. Right. And then it's 1 more tile, and then that's where the 3 goes. Right. Family making noise. You'll love it. Alright. Maybe a 3, and then a 3, and then a 3? Might be able to get away with that. Right. No, 3 and a 1 and a 3. 3 and a 2 and a something, maybe? Thing is, you want to keep these about equal, right? Yeah, 3 and a 2 and a 3 I think will work. If you want to make... there's a tip for circles in this game, by the way. Every time you change the size of the thing, you want it to stay about the same length. To make it a good-looking circle. Now here we can see that I don't have a good-looking circle, and that's because it's a 3-2-2-2-3. Which I don't think there's a lot I can do about, if I'm going to be honest. Because I don't really have many other options. I'll try the 3-1. Just in case. I mean, it's just that's just a rounded square. That's all that is. That's just a rounded square. Okay. I mean, I could try maybe a 1-3. The first half of these is pretty full block, so maybe it'll look okay, actually. And then I can fit still just 2 there. I think that looks better. Yeah, that looks better, I think. Alright. It needs to come back further though, right? Because it's got to be a counterweight. So it's got to be like as far back as that is forward, really. Which means at least I got the circle figured out, right? Let's see, this is 1, 4, 8, and then a 3, right? That one there. Okay, so we want to do the same thing on this side, right? 4, 8, and then a 3. Done. Okay. How much fucking noise are they making? Alright. Let's do this.
Oktoberfest!
Oh, cool. You've got German fish. Alright, let's grab that. We're going to move that back to here. There we go. Right. And now I can get rid of these bits, get rid of that one, get rid of you, and all of this. Get rid of these side bits. Alright. how does that look? Is that too big now? Yes, that is too big. I mean, it's too thin to start with already here, I think, actually. I want it to come out like wider, like here. How are we doing on the debug? Have we gotten any other values yet? Oh, what? Okay, that's new. What happened? Ran out of battery. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. If you have enough space in the turret cap, what about a turret in your turret? Like a small close and weapon system? I was kind of planning on that, yeah. I was going to have, like, some extra stuff on this. I want to put, like, missile launchers on the side. But they're going to be more like casemate missiles. Like, just attached to the side and coming out here. So maybe I don't bring it out quite this far. Like, I think here is fine. And then we got, like, space for the casemates, like, three or four here, right? Plus armor. Which still doesn't come out beyond the tank and make it look too top-heavy. So I think that's fine. Alright, this is an awful lot of stuff to have attached to one singular 360 3x3 turret base, though. We might have to replace that with a 5x5 and maybe armor it better. But that is why I left the bottom tile of the plasma open, as I didn't want to use that in case I needed to do something with it. Alright, so now we've got that wider. Okay, see, now I think we can justify a bigger circle, right? So, if I got that there, and then that one there. See, now it's like 2, 3, right? And then we can do the same deal here, right? 1, 2, so that's the edge. And I think that's going to look like a slightly better size, honestly. But most importantly, it's probably also going to work better for the circle, because bigger circles are easy to make. So now I might be able to do a 3x3x3. How many beams is this? What did I just click? I don't know. Right. That's a 3x3. There we go. All right, that's probably going to work perfectly. Yeah, that looks all right. Now, the problem is this bit here is where it sort of transitions into the main turret. And I'm not really sure how to do this bit. So I think the first thing we want to do is 3. And then possibly like this into a 2. No, because it's got to hook up here, doesn't it? And this wants to be flat, and here. That's where that has to hook up. And then we need the, like, this. Is that even gonna work? Can I even hook that up like that? What if I keep it going at 2s the whole way? It does hook up if I go 2s the whole way, but that looks too angular, right? Only option then is we gotta either bring that out one more tile and make it too wide, or use a beam slope. And I think I'll just use a beam slope. Because that preserves the kind of chunkiness of that one block and then gives us some more stuff we can work with here. And then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do a 3 here, I think. Yeah, see, that looks rounded. Big round, round-ass turret. Alright. And I want to reduce it down. Yeah, I do want to bring it down to 2, I think. I want to bring it down to 2. Right. I'm going to do 2 3s like that. Right. Just sort of flatten this whole bad boy out. Just a little bit. What kind of CIWS do you think we can put on this thing? Alright, I'm kind of thinking, because we're going to need to put a floor on it at some point, right? It's going to need like a bottom. But then on top we can sit, like, a fair amount of stuff, actually. Because, like, all of this here is just going to be armor, for the most part. I'm amazed that we still haven't broken through that thing yet, though. It's holding out pretty well. Okay, and then we want to do, like... do I want to do this? Because this is where I want the missiles to come out. Right? So I want, like, a missile launcher here. Don't really know exactly how I'm going to do this, but, like... I'm thinking like that, right, for missiles? Something like that big? Maybe taller? Just like a box. Just like a little box of turrets coming out. Box of missiles coming out like that. On each side of the turret. Probably aimed upwards a bit, too, so we can, like, launch them over and into targets. Right. And then what I want to do is I kind of want this to be like a more gentle slope. I think we need to put like... Alright, hang on. I need to redo this top bit here, because this is not going to work out. That doesn't look good. You know what? What if we did like this? Keep it kind of blocky, move it up like that. Maybe put like... side layer and then a slope. Maybe. Something like that, maybe. All right, hang on. Oh, we killed it. Good job. Not gonna lie, I thought I would have expected the enemy simulator to run out first. I guess not. Guess we did manage to take it out. Alright, so we got the 1, 2, 3. We got that being a heavy armor beam. These are also 3 beams. Right. So yeah, we're gonna do like 4 beams. And then I think we're gonna bring this across. But then I can do this. No, that's too tall. Let's do this. Shapes are hard. All right. Yeah, that is probably fine. This can go back to being a 3, actually. Maybe a 3. Because what I can do with it is... Or, hang on. Keep it a 2, but we put a fast slope and then a this slope, and then that's that. And then we can bring that along to, like, back here somewhere. Alright. And that gives us kind of like a domey shape, which keeps that rounded shape of the turret. We're gonna have to deco a lot of this because, you know, from the depths and circles and all that. Especially this kind of transition. Does not always go so smoothly. Yeah. So that's gonna need some deco. But that's okay. Oh, this bit too, actually. Yeah, these are, That is a bit of a rough transition. But you know what? It works, kind of. Right, we can do like a 3. 2 to 3, 2 to 3. Just like that, maybe. And then deco those to 3s as well. I don't know if I'll keep, like, you know, this here is definitely not going to stay as it is. Deco moment, yeah. What Mumdo? Right. But then we've got that. Is that how I want to do it? I don't know, really. Good evening. Been looking for an hour? You're off to bed now? Ah, fair enough. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Have yourself a wonderful evening in bed. You know what? What if we step this down at some point again? Sort of like right... Yeah, you know what? Right here. This works. And then we do like a 4-beam or a 4-slope. And then we just bring that in here. We'll give it kind of a chunkier look to the plasma. I don't know, a lot of this is kind of just me placing things and seeing what happens. So and then that can stay down there. We'll probably deco like a teeny bit of slope on there. Okay. How does that look? Very big, very chunky. I don't know if I like how much these come out. So I might shrink this for a bit and then bring it up further later on. Because these seem really big. Right. Need to bring that smaller, bring it in here. Ooh, actually. Yeah, you know what? I like that. That's looking better. Right, and then we'll put stone pole, just hold that together. There you go. Again, this definitely needs shrinking. This one kind of looks okay in proportion to the turret now, but... turret also might be a little far forwards. I think we kind of want the counterweight further back. But this is all like minor deco things that... minor alignment issues. Alright, let's see. So that one, that's the center of the turret rotation. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so that's... there's one block in from that. And then this one here is... also one... so, okay, we are... I did put us in the center of the turret rotation. Why does it still look too far forwards? It's weird how it still looks too far forwards. Counterweight looks like it should be further back. Even just like 1 or 2 blocks. Like, just that much, I think, is all it's missing. Just 1 or 2 blocks of back. Hi, what are you doing there? Right. So I guess we'll do that real quick. Alright. Also, I'm going to need to do the turret ring as well. Height down. Alright. Big width. Huge length. Right. And then what I want to do is cut that and cut these. Alright, goodbye, turret. May he rest in peace. Now then. This used to go here. And I'll move it back. Let's start by moving it back 1. Does that look better when it rotates? Are you serious? just randomly catch White Knight again? God damn. Yeah, that looks better, I think. Let's try doing it one more back and just see. Alright, I want to try both and then I'll know for sure, right? Alright. No, see, that's too far back now, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So just one back. Just needed to go one tile back. Take it one block back now, y'all. Right. So those generators there need to go. That one's got to go. You got to go. Right. That collector there needs to go. This one's got to go. Right. That should be all the adjustment I need to make for the plasma. Yep, we're good. Okay. Right. So there you go. Now that turret rotates a little better. Gosh, that plasma is going to mess things up. All right. So the real question is, how am I going to get this thing to move? How am I going to supply this thing with everything it needs? With this many, like, giant fuck-off wheels? We're going to need a big engine. And a plasma on top of that? Oh, jeez. Getting this thing all working together is going to be a pain in the bum. Those wheels really don't like moving. Oh, I see. Yeah, because we've taken collision damage. Right, let's see about... If I increase the... If I increase this height to this... Oh, it's still just... That's why, because the spring force is too low. Alright, 50. Alright, all wheels at 50. Okay, that's too much, though, right? 0.2. Copy. How's that work? See, now it's causing me to bounce, because there's too much force. So I think we just lower the damper bump and increase the rebound, and I think that should do it. That helped a bit. Still looks like an RC car, though. Maybe lower the spring force to 20. That's better. There we go. Okay. Well, now it's moving. It's moving and it can shoot. What more do you need? What more do you need in the tank? Alright. Well. How do we now shorten this fucker? Is good question. How do shorten? How much shorten? I don't know. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I think I want to redo, like, the bits of this that I was planning on redoing earlier. So, here's the thing, right? We've got... This wheel wants to have, like, a coverage here. Like this. Something like that. And then we can do, like, a 2-meter slope. 2-meter slope. Or maybe like a slope transition, inverse transition. 1, 2. It's not really very circle. But circles on this scale are probably impossible. Also, again, I have my mirror on for no reason. Right. Another option I suppose we could use is this way. I do that, and then I do that. No? No, it wants to do the opposite, doesn't it? It wants to start off beefy and then get less beefy. So I want it to be, this. With a, this. Oh, wait. That kind of works. A little bit. Maybe it... the problem is this, right? I can't do anything about that. Grr. I could try just doing like a 1 to 3 this guy. No, because... Wait. But then I've got these guys. Surely. If I do a 1 meter offset, and then... No, because I can't make it square at the bottom. God damn it. I don't think that this is the wrong choice, though. It's just that I don't have a... I don't have a transition block that, like, goes from triangle... I don't have, like, this, but with a triangle base, you know? This. This is kind of what I need. Or, yeah, 2 meter offset. I need this, but with a triangle base over here. So this line here just goes flat, and then that line goes flat. Which actually, hang on, wait a minute. That's literally just this into this, isn't it? Still don't quite work. Like this, but cut it off. That's what I need. I need this, but cut that bit off. Which I don't got. Don't got that. Gotta live without. That's okay, though. We will live without. And I'm sure I can figure something out with some decos later. Right. And then I want to do this guy. Alright, see, that's looking like a bit of a better circle protection on the... Yeah, that's looking a bit better. And then what I want to do is... a lot of this wants to come out further. I think. I want to copy it over to here as well. Alright, this front part here needs special attention too. Alright, let's get rid of that. Bring the length in, bring the height, bring the width. Right. Okay. Nope, not length. I want height, please. Okay. Put that there, and then... Shit. I guess I just rotate that way. Nope, not that way, that way. There we go. I can get rid of that one. All right. That's going to be 2 3-meter beam slopes. Okay. Now what? Because I got that bit. This wants to come out somewhat, but not far. That goes there. That goes there. All of this here can then be filled in. Right. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3. Nope. And 1 and 1 and 2. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's done. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. Oh my gosh, that looks much better. That is looking much tankier. Compare that guy to that guy. So much more durable here. Alright. So, yeah, we still don't quite have the angle I want on that, but that's okay. We don't need perfect. Alright, I want to shift this one over a bit. This track is too far upwards. I'm gonna move that negative 0.2. This guy here as well, I probably want to move negative 0.2. Is that from Halo? No. Command and Conquer, actually. Kind of. Loosely based on the Mammoth tank from Command and Conquer. Alright. Although it very much could fit in Halo as well. Can I do like 3.0? Will that fit better? Ooh, hang on. 3.0 and negative 0.1. Oh, no, that's that one now. How'd I switch tracks? Alright, negative 0.1. Scorpion from Halo does also have the 4 track pods. Nice, Ian. That's probably better, right? Yeah, that fits a bit more snugly. Right. So there you go. That's the tracks all set up there on this front pod. All right. We got a lot of work to do on this, but you know what? I'm liking how it's looking so far. Again, we do need to shorten that back pod. Back pod is way too big. I don't know about shrinking this. I might keep that the same size. Oh boy, does this thing struggle when it's, yeah, this engine is not enough power. We're gonna need a much stronger engine on it. Alright. You might yoink that for the Argentum. The pods are fun. Yeah, the only potential problem that I see is collision damage with the ground from how short the spring is. Which, like, in theory, I could increase the spring length. Although it evidently doesn't matter too much considering how much, you know, how little force it applies. At what point do we start, like, bouncing? I know it's around 50. Let's try 30. Right. And then, like, 1. Alright. Now, if I set that back to 0.2, copy to all wheels, do we start bouncing? Especially if I do this. A little bit, but not much. Nope, we definitely start... Alright, we gotta reduce that force then. That's too much force. We have stupidly high rebound force, so we barely respond to bouncing back out. And yet we're still jumping around like that. We are super heavy. Yeah, we're already 443,000 units of weight. But, yeah, the vehicles in this game kind of get tossed around like paper sometimes. Alright, anyway, I think we'll save this for here, for now, though. Alright, what are we calling this bad boy? Mammoth. For now, I suppose. Unless anyone's got a better suggestion. Could call it Elephant. The Beetlejuice. Your suggestion, fish. Could maybe call it the Beetlejuice. It's a very big star. Could do. Very fucking huge star. Maybe the Sagittarius. Maybe. I think the Scarlet Dawn already have something called the Sagittarius, though. I don't want to, like, reuse names, even if, like, they're probably never going to meet. Although you saying Beetlejuice has made me think of Basiljuice, and I think that's from Monster Hunter. Pretty sure that's the dragon that bombs you. The Colossal. Goliath? Oh, Goliath is good. That's an SE craft, though? Ah, shame. What about Colossus? Just Colossus in general. Or... Titan? Well, that's already the name of my flagship. I've already gone and taken that one earlier. That's that boy. It was a bit outdated by now, actually. The fact that he's only... Yeah, this guy here is one of my older craft by this point. Gargant. That's not bad. Could also call it, the memory. Could combine, Mammoth and Gargant and get Mammoth. The Mammossel. Or what about Colossus? The Giga Gargant. It just becomes a mouthful to say. Nelly the elephant. Could just call it Sasha. Small the big boy. Just call it Tiny. Natasha. This is Natasha. Giga Gargantos Enormous. Etin class heavy tank. Oh, I do like Etin, actually. Tydeath coming in with Etin. Etin, the two-headed giant. We've got 2 barrels. Etin. There we go. I like that one. That's super appropriate. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. That's the name. I actually really like him, what we've done here. Shit, yours didn't win. It was a close competition. There was a lot of names there I liked. That genuinely were. But I heard Etin and I was like, snapped immediately. We could shoot you guys. It's completely undefended right now. Alright, let's go give it a go. Real quick. Nope, I want this one. God mode. Fair enough, I guess. This will be a good test of its firepower. I suppose. Alright. Let's go to... where have we not really fought? Let's go to, like, this weird part here that's like a blend between... the seam. The Great Seam. Alright. It looks like this is mirrored as well. These pixels here. The butthole of the world. Oh yeah, this is like perfectly mirrored right here. That's an interesting valley. Some Minecraft Farland stuff. The whole jank world engine. How does the world engine in this game even work? I'm assuming it's literally just like a heat map and a texture map or something, right? Like, it really looks like it's based off of pixels. Or something. It doesn't? No? Is it not just like a height map? This is something I'm gonna have to mess with myself when I eventually get around to it. To making me own one. Hang on a minute. I actually wanted to destroy all vehicles. Let's go free cam first so I don't teleport anywhere. Right. There we go. That just gets rid of the fortress.
Listening.
It's a heat map plus layers of Perlin noise. Oh, you're saying it doesn't work. I see. Yeah, it definitely struck me as like it's a really basic engine. It very much is a height map as far as you know. No overhangs. Yeah. Alright, we've got a problem already, which is that we can't fucking move. Anyway. Yeah, let me just, like, temporarily increase this to, like, 1. Just, you know. It's not how it's going to work later down the line, but it's how it's got to work now. Even this is not enough. Alright. Increase friction, copy to all. There we go. That's doing it. This one's on you, it's not rough terrain. Yeah, it's because the wheels aren't fitted yet. Like, this one here is way too far back. All that kind of stuff, right? We'll increase this to 2, increase the force to, like, 40, copy to all. That should give us a bit more juice to go with. Yeah, there we go. Right. A heat map would indicate activity surrounding each point on it, typically. A height map, yeah. Height map, not a heat map. I misspoke when I said that. Alright. A heat map is just a measure of frequency or whatever. Okay. We can't turn also. That's another downside of this thing. So what do we got that we can go up against? We want something that's like kind of armory. What did we fight last time? How expensive are we right now? 113k. NH Verschricking? Why not? Horror, a fitting design. This damn mix of geometric industries have been overpowering a ground force for some time thanks to sheer brute force. Now we have something that can strike back just as hard. Alright. Let's get one of those in there. Alright, I'm going to do my best to get this thing towards wherever. But again, we don't really have the ability to turn right now, so I'm just going to go forwards and hope for the best. Alright. God mode? Yeah, we're in God mode. I just bounced off of the ground. And hopefully it comes towards me in a reasonable manner. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to, like... It's going to be pretty simple code, I think. All I have to do is make it so that these spin blocks here don't let any wheels have fully extended springs, and don't let any wheels have any, like, fully compressed springs. Just don't, like, want to balance it out. It shouldn't be too difficult, actually. I think that's actually some really simple code. Alright, let's have a look at this boy. Oh, I remember this guy. Yeah. He's a right cool boy. Unfortunately, our inability to turn is not helping us. Let me let's see if I can't, like... tank wheel preset. Okay, spread to neighbors. Tank wheel, spread. Tank wheel spreads. Tank wheel spreads. Tank wheel spreads. Tank wheel spreads. Tank wheel spread. It's received a minor turret and engine upgrade, I see. What up, Quemper? Alright, so if I turn on full engine... Oh my god, we can turn. Holy shit! On a fucking dime! Alright, there you go. Tokyo Drift, yeah. We have no detection on this thing also. So, have to manually aim. Holy shit, the punishment from this thing. The Verschricking can really put out a lot of damage. Let's see how much damage I can do. First shot's impacted. Straight in the side. Oh, that's a big hole. Don't think it actually did any real damage, though. That seems superficial. Is this like... This is just like spaced metal or something, is it? And solve the turning problem. It certainly did. I think I hit like right next to this gun. I broke a little bit of the gun. Got off part of the lambs, yeah. Not that we have any weapons that the lambs would be useful against, so... Lambs are kind of useless against us here. I'm gonna try and shoot it in the same hole again. Ooh, second hit. That one seemed meatier than the first. Yeah, that's the central turret, I think. I just struck the... Maybe? No, missiles. Lambs missiles. I don't think I actually broke anything there. I hit something meaty. Oh, I hit the top lambs. That's what I hit. Killed that wheel, too. Alright. This plasma is doing some decent damage. I feel like it could definitely use more oomph, though. But if I can keep hitting it in the same spot, it's pretty easy to burrow in there. Oh boy, that's a hole. Of course, the AI wouldn't be able to do this, but... Yikes. Whoa! My audio. God, I love how well this thing can suddenly turn. Like... He's hidden behind a hill. Smart play. If I was up against an invincible thing that looked like this and just like was barely functional, I too would hide behind a hill. Hopes it wouldn't be able to follow me. Hello, sir. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior? IDW. Scop with the raid! Welcome. We're doing silly testing of our new tank that is not even remotely finished yet, but hey, we're working on it. Look at this guy. Let me get you a shout out there real quick. Oh, my caps lock is on. There you go. How did Wama go? Did you trade rogues? It is looking quite menacing. It is. This is the Etin. He's a pretty big boy. You traded lots of rogues? Hell yeah. ADW? Oh no. She looks in the tank. Almost at the end of the game after 170 hours? That's a long game. Oh. I see bum. Tank bum. Currently shooting your poor boy. Yeah, we're abusing the Vershriking. I'm gonna crest this hill. Oh, that was a big one. I see like some sort of pipe. Do tend to yap a lot, extending the game's length by a lot. Yeah, that was a big hit right there. That was an engine gone. It really is very spaced. Talking to why you have twin engines? Yeah. Yeah, I think I blew up the entire, like, ammunition storage. If there was an ammo storage here, I don't know if that mirrors the other side. Oh no, well, I did just hit the steam, didn't I? I just hit this one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Alrighty. Yeah, the camera is fucking with me. Alright. Okay, well, since I know the ammo is here... Ammo time. Now, we are in God mode, by the way, which is why we're not dying instantly to this thing. We would not stand a chance against this thing if I didn't have God mode on. It has stopped shooting at me entirely now, though. I think that's because I'm behind the turret and it can't, you know, it can't turn around. Is it set to, like, broadside or circle or something? Because it doesn't seem to be set to, like, point at target. Unless it is and I'm just too close and it's trying to retreat. It is set to circle? Ah, there you go. Rest in peace, the missile. And the ammo. Yeah, once I'm in a position where I can just, like, get behind it and, you know, boy, is that nuts. What if we put cram mortars on this thing anyway? What if I put cram mortars at the back of this thing somewhere anyway? Oh, there goes the main turret. That's the FPS melting destruction. Like, I know they won't hit a fucking thing, but I could save it for, like, only being used against things that have 0 speed. So it's only used against stationary things. How are you still going, man? I gotta hand it to him. He's lost, like, both his engines, all of his ammo. His main turret's gone. His, like, this side is fucked. This side has no guns. He's still going. Like, this thing is a robust, like, tank right here. AI's in the front. Yeah, no, I'm just impressed that it hasn't, like, you know, given up the ghost at some point. Like, it's still going. It's still a threat. Like, there's this gun here, too. There you go. All guns down, and it's still strong. That is the mark of a well-made craft right there. Anyway, now I'm going to try and shoot it in the AI. Spite. It survives through sheer spite. And how hard is it to, like, pen the front and get the AI in? Also 2 AIs. Oh, I see. So you've got one in the front, one in the back? Just to make sure that, like, no one AI, no one big hit can take the whole thing out? Or is it both AIs in the front on different sides? Both in front? Okay. Hey, Tony UV! It's been a while!
Goodbye.
Apparently been following for 4 years as of today. Happy follow-versary. Man. Yeah, 59%, still going strong. Ooh. Okay, you know what? That top section there is probably this weakest point, right? Right here. Oh yeah, there's the AIs. So is it like one AI at the top and one at the bottom, or is it like one... or what? I'm kind of... Either way, that one's dead. No, because that... it's still alive, so... oh yeah, it is, just like right behind him. Okay. Secondary AI controls the side guns, helps defend off swarms. I see. It might be an idea to separate the AIs out into different rooms so that if an explosive does make its way in here, you don't lose the entire craft in one go. If you put, like, one of the AIs at the back somewhere, even though, like, the secondary AI, like, doesn't really control much, it would mean that the craft doesn't scrap its whole self, which would give it a lot more redundancy. I mean, this thing's already redundant as hell, but, you know, if there's an extra layer you can add, that would be crazy. Alright. Anyway, well done. Well done, Etten. You did a good job, buddy. I kind of want to see how the obelisk works against this thing, though. I'm not gonna use God mode on this one. This is my land ship versus yours. Etten be hurtin'. Alright. So we're up 63k versus the 352k. So he is a bit bigger than we are, just a bit. The missiles are probably gonna be the part that hurt the most, honestly. Additionally, the part where the obelisk's ability to drive across terrain or rough terrain like this is not great. He definitely has trouble with hills, as we're probably about to see here. Oh no, we had enough momentum to make it up there. Oh, something more in line with cost to the Argentum you mentioned earlier? We can do that after. I got time. This one, and then the Argentum fight against the obelisk, and we'll see. Alright, he is... I should have spawned him closer. I'm in the habit of spawning things 5 kilometers away out of testing for adventure mode, but I definitely should have spawned this guy closer. I just want to see how effective my frontal armor is on the obelisk. Because this guy is, again, he's kind of designed to be a siege weapon, really, more so than anything else. Curious how the Vershricking's shells do? Mm-hmm. Alright, we do have chaff and also smoke, so it's actually pretty hard to hit the obelisk, especially at range, because you have extra radar and also camera error. You basically need to use infrared to see the obelisk properly. Because again, I designed this guy to be a tank. He is designed to absorb damage, and that's about all he's designed to do, really. His weapons are sort of an afterthought. Hence why 4 of them are casemates, and this one in the middle here is is built like this. It goes in through the vents, out the bottom, and then it's literally like 3 autoloaders, each with 1 ammo clip. That's all his center gun is. Alright. Oh, and there's him struggling to get up this cliff. Get up this hill. So, we are going to change destinations. Alright. Once he runs out of juice, he's kinda, you know, he just takes a while to get to places. Okay, we see him over the hill there. He's crested the hill. I don't think I can hit him here. Nope, not quite. I will be able to once he crests that bit, though. There he is. Nope, never mind. He's too far away still. Oh, boy. That's a hole straight through my front into my wedges. You bastard. Alright, should I just sit down here?
Targeting.
Can't. Seems like I can't fortress mode here. Alright. There's a scary silhouette. It really is. Alright, I'm probably just gonna pop myself down here. There we go. Right, fortress mode not activated. He wants to get further away. This guy doesn't seem interested in coming towards me. Oh, there he is. It's like a giant fucking... Holy shit, put a hole straight through this main cannon there. Owies. Thank you, Chef. Appreciate it. That was very much useful. Right. I guess we just gotta chase it then. Ow. I think the obelisk may be a little outclassed on this one. Although the main cannon did recover. And this thing does have a weakness to things that can chase it. Although we're not great at the whole chasing thing, given how slow we are. But I'm gonna do my best. 'Cause the problem with the vanilla AI is that it really loves to turn its back on things. My detection. I need to find an area where, like, a kilometer away I can still see it, because this guy likes to stay pretty far away. And I can probably just settle into fortress mode or something. But gosh. He's got some solid armor piercing. Alright, let's just settle down here. There we go. Oh boy. I appear to have lost some parts. I will let the AI do what it wants now. 40mm kinetics on the side guns? Yeah, they hurt. I gotta say, they hurt. Where is he? There he is. I think he's got a little bit more firepower than I do. Oh yeah, okay, just peek the corner and then run away again, sure. The hard part about the obelisk, though, is just putting it down. It's not that hard to out-firepower it. What is he doing? Is he just staying still? Has he got himself stuck over there or something? Where's he at? What's he doing? Oh, there he is. He's back. Round 2. Fire all weapons. Ooh, those lambs, yeah. Man. My casemates have fallen off. Those missiles. Holy shit. Yeah, he's got cover behind a hill. The fact that he's got missiles means that he's got the ability to ignore hills, which I don't have. It's rather unfortunate. I think I'm probably going to die to material loss. Alright. Because he can be behind a hill and he can shoot me all he wants with those missiles. Although it seems like they are having trouble keeping track of me. The missiles are laser guided? I see him. Doesn't like the Vershriking has met its match in navigating difficult terrain. Nah, he's doing alright. Okay. I'm gonna crest this hill and see if I can spot him. No. He's really... The thing, he likes to stay really far away. And I can't hit him. Darn you, Vershriking. Get over here, you coward. Distance set is 1,200 to 1,400. Yeah, the obelisk is about the same. Around 1 kilometer. Although the obelisk, if it does get closer to something, it will just stay there. There we go, got him. Solid hit to the bum. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stick up here. This is a good spot right now. Never mind, he's gone. I'm gonna run out of mats. That's how the Vershriking is gonna win this. He's gonna run me out of mats. He's gonna make me chase him while I'm slowly having to repair, and I'm wasting materials on smoke and chaff. I'm counting it as a him win if I run out of mats before I kill him. If he runs out of mats first, then I win, though. Get back here, you asshole. There he is. There's the main gun. I think the thing that's lucky right now is that he keeps trying to run away from me, which means he can't use his main gun because he can't aim behind him. Alright. So as long as I can stay, like, chasing him... Also, I think he's slower than I am. How fast is he? 35 meters a second. He shouldn't be slower than me. But he seems to be having trouble staying ahead. "35 meters a second on a flat field." Yeah, but I'm like... not that. I think I'm less than that. And again, I have trouble with hills. Oh, big hit. Anytime that main cannon hits, it's a big hit. Alright, at least I'm not having to heal anymore because he's not shooting me, which is nice. Where is he going? He's climbing the hill. Big hit, big hit. Very nice. Hang on. Can I get another shot off before he crests? If he stays up there, I'm going to shoot the hell out of him. And off he goes, over the mountain. God damn it. He's just running away. Coward. He does a lot of damage to me every time he shoots, though. Like, those kinetics, man. They take parts off. GMI have crafts you're very likely familiar with. I see him. This is a long-ass fight. How many materials has he got left? Let's see. 161k. I have no idea what that means for him, how many materials that is, but... yeah, I need to find, like, flatter open land to fight him in if I want to actually have a proper fight. He keeps being too damn far. Or, I mean, if I could just find, like, the biggest hill and sit on top of it. That's another option. If I can just take the high ground. So I'm going to go for that hill right in front of me here, because this is the biggest hill I can see. Southern Dunes West, very flat. I see. We'll try the hill first, because if I can, again, if I can get to a point where I can see him no matter what. Nope, jeez. I keep, like, hitting terrain. Alright, it happens a lot in hilly areas. I lose all my frickin' speed because I'm hitting stupid terrain. Alright, there he is. Is there any chance I get over this hill crest? Probably not. He also seems to be having trouble. But that's okay. Can I get my main gun on him? He seems to be stuck. Unfortunately, so am I, and I'm rolling backwards. Alright, stop. Stop. I like that I've picked the one guy that neither of us can navigate the terrain, and we have to fight in this terrain. Go, my wheels. Do your best. Just gotta build up a little momentum, and then we can hopefully crest the hill. There we go. Right. Stop. Chill. Okay. He's slowly going. He's trying. What is my AI doing? No, don't retreat. Ow! Okay, well now I've got to crest the hill again because my dumbass AI went backwards. Stupid.
Targeting.
Up we go. Nope, that's not enough. Alright, I gotta build up more speed. This is a good hill to use, though. If my AI doesn't pull a stupid. I literally can't stop moving. I am full main drive right now. The momentum this thing has on these tiny little wheels. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Obelisk. Go for it. Go for it. He's trying so hard. There we go. Once again, we made it. All right. Hello, sir. Yeah, this hill is a great place to chill. Crazy how the laser-guided missiles are still able to, hit me through my smoke. Gee, my Wezen and Iridium tanks. They're pretty familiar. I see it. I'm trying to keep a careful eye on what my AI is trying to do. Alright. Owie. Yeah, he's killed most of my guns at this point. In this straight fight, I am... things ain't going so hot for me. Finally got him in a position where I can fight properly. There you go. Alright. Gosh darn it. Yeah, it's really the missiles, man. Look at that. There goes my ammo. Which means you drilled through like a good couple layers of air-gapped armor there. All the wedges, the wedge backing, then the vents as well. Who even cares about, you know, taking out my casemate guns when you can just go through the middle? Holy shit. One mainframe is gone, one mainframe is exposed. I likewise have two AIs. One is on the left, one is on the right. Both of them in the middle. They're actually kind of like directly below these things. Almost directly below. They're not quite, but... there is nothing left to this tank anymore. Look at this. There's the mainframe. There's where the other main... Actually, hang on, wait. Yeah, no, there's where the other mainframe used to be. There's the engine. Oh, there was the engine. There's the other engine. Casemate's gone on that side. This casemate's still here. At least one of them is. This bottom one here is missing the barrel. Man, that damage is insane. Yep, there goes the other engine. Now, the engines were the rearmost part of the tank. There is actually nothing left. This mainframe is the only block of value, and that one, like, that guy. That's it. It is just a hunk of metal now. Oh, yep, there goes mainframe. So you gutted the obelisk pretty good. How much damage did I do in return? I opened the top of one of your steam engines. I took off this bit. There you go, I scratched your paint. Scratch that bit too. You're gonna be stuck in the repair bay for all of about 10 minutes. I actually don't think I did any internal or, like, any damage at all that wasn't just superficial. 10 out of 10. Alright. Alright, so what was I gonna go up against? Let's try the Nyamian. Why not? Let's give that guy a look. Oh yeah, the mechs. This one's one of the Hulks or something. Very cool. What's the other one? Wezen. Rocket Devastator? That's the guy. Alright. Wasn't. Oh, hey, it's one of the tanks. Yeah, these guys are a pain in the butt. I do like how, like, teeny tiny the rangefinder on top is compared to, like, the entire rest of the tank. Small. You just yoinked them? Mm-hmm. They're very cool. Alright, what was that other one? The NH Argentum? This one. 62k. Alright. Yo. Okay. That's a cool design. I like the little wheel pods. I like the angled rockets at the top as well. That's neat. Is that like side? What is this? Just a cool little thing on the side. Alright. It's like a race car tank. Alright. Well, let's spawn in an obelisk over here somewhere, shall we? And see how this goes. I'm gonna let the AI handle this one for now. Spawn in facing sideways, make it fair, because he's got a turn as well. Oh! EMP! I see. Oh, never mind. The obelisk has decided he wants to just sit down and not shoot. He's gonna get missiled to death. Actually, I'm pretty sure you could probably hit the obelisk with EMP till the cows come home and you won't ever kill it. Obelisk has some insane EMP resistance. So, it's designed so that every bit of EMP damage it takes is channeled into these. You have to kill every single, like, surge protector here before you will damage anything else with EMP. With the sole exception of these top bits here, which if you hit them directly, you can break them. But that is the only exception. Alright, let's see how the what the fuck? Where am I? Alright, let's see how the Argentum's holding out here. I built it to handle the Christmas campaign, and the Christmas campaign spams EMP. So, the obelisk is built to handle that. Specifically the top right of the map. Oh, he's lost me. Argentum is not built to fight armored foes, not gonna lie. I mean, if I didn't have as much, like, EMP protection, wasn't properly EMP shielded. Alright, fuck it, I'm gonna take manual control. Inlaw is built to fight GSE crafts. Those guys are the... Oh, I see, the pirates. The DWG equivalent. The early Game Boys. I see. That would make sense, and it would probably be very effective against that. They're all made out of wood and whatnot. How is he shooting me over there? Boy's cheating. Curving shots over the hill. So what ammo is he using? What shells? Oh. I'm assuming this is like just APHE or something. Get back here, Argentum. Ooh. That one did a fair amount of damage, actually. What did I hit? I think I curved that underneath him. Maybe not. I think I just hit his wheel. 150mm HE on the mains and 30mm frag on the smalls? Ah, fair enough. Yeah, the frag is probably the only thing that could threaten me. I don't think HE is going to do pretty much anything to the heavy armor here. Poor guy. He's trying his best. But much like how the obelisk could not handle the big boy, I think this little guy can't handle me. Although he's resisting the Hesh pretty well, I gotta say. My casemate guns are Hesh, so the fact that you're not dying instantly to that, good job. That main APHE shell might be a little harder to handle though. That's a big shell, that is. Ah, dang it. Terrain saved you from that one. Hello, what's up, Auspicious? Welcome. How you doing today? Alright. I can't seem to hit anything vital on him. Nice Barracuda. I was waiting until I get a clear shot and pow. Oh, did I get his weapon control or something? Nope, he's still aiming at me. Whoopsie. I guess I'm gonna stop here. God damn. I mean, he still doesn't give up. He's taking a fair number of shells and he's still going. To the side as well. Oh, that was a big one. I'll see the hole that made. Uh-oh. Is that internals I see right there? Is that, yeah, so he's got air-gapped armor, I see. Properly air-gapped. Alright. Shell customizer. Okay. Well. Desire sustenance this pursuit moment in time. See you later. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. Enjoy your sustenance. I just gotta hit him in that open hole again, and he's gonna lose that gun. Although he's not making it easy on me. Oh, there we go. There she blows. Alright, now I just gotta stop its fucking engine, which is still going at God knows what speed. NH also got a meme ship. The Defifier. I see. Alright, well, I think we know who wins this fight. NH. This one. 600k. Alright, well, we're definitely not winning, but hey, let's have a look. Oh, it's a ship. Oh, it's a hydrofoily boy. Okay, hang on. Let's spawn us out here. There we go. Somehow I didn't clock that it was boat. What do you got here? Big fuck off torps. That's what we've got here. Alright. I love the warning stuff. Alright. Big missiles. Big gun. Railgun. Okay. It's got huge torps. Alright. Oh, a gun hidden in the back, too. Very cute. Little interior. Is this actually a functional corridor? There is. Oh, very cute. Alright, struggles to stay high in the water when not moving, but hey, that's standard for a craft like that, isn't it? 450k in torps. That's crazy. So it's like a tiny boat, just with massive torps on it. I see. Let's get one of my crappy ships in here. Let's try the Snapper. 80k. Let's watch this thing get torn apart by torps. Because fuck submarines. Well, it sure is a good thing that I'm not a submarine, right? Surely. Oh dear. That doesn't seem good for my health. Oh no. They're so slow and yet I could do nothing to dodge them. There's the front half of me. Oh, there goes the back half of me. Joke's on you though. I'm still going. You may have killed all of my weapons, but I still have thrust. And that's all that matters. Gosh, this thing is such a piece of crap. Genuinely one of my worst ship designs. I mean, it functions still, but... Oh, no. Well, yeah, I ain't walking after that one anymore. I think you killed me. I was vaguely like, resembling a ship before that barrage. And now there is naught left but a piece of hull. 3 more for good measure, yeah. Well done, well done. That is definitely super meme. 5 torps. All pointlessly huge. Because why the hell not? Beautiful. Alright. Anyway, so, I am all out of time for today, though. It should have ended about an hour ago, actually. So, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing more From the Depths. We're going to be working on the Etin a bit more. So, if you guys are interested in more building stream tomorrow, more all-day fishing, more dog pick, all the good stuff, right? In the meantime, let's see if there's anyone to raid, shall we? Once again, thank you so much to Borderwise and Sculpt for the raids. Go check them out if you guys haven't already. Great streamers. Who have we got to raid today? Tomorrow's the full release. Is it? Hang on, wait. I thought it was the 9th. It's the 8th for me. Or unless it's like different time zone. Anyway, I'm gonna throw you guys out to Popo. He's playing some Project Zomboid. So... 1 AM for you? Okay, well, fair enough. I guess we'll see what happens. If the full release comes out, maybe we'll end up playing it. But I do want to finish the Etin. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? But yeah, have yourselves a great time at Popo. I will see you around. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, also Crosscode on Friday. I'm going to be doing that one. So, yeah. Take care, guys. Toodaloo. And bye-bye.